This is Retro Sports Radio. Visit RetroSeasons.com for more sports history.
The Los Angeles Dodgers faced the New York Yankees at Yankee Stadium for Game 6 of the World Series on Tuesday, October 18th, 1977. Tommy Lasorda's Dodgers had a big win in Game 5 at home to avoid elimination after Billy Martin's Yankees won 2 close games in Los Angeles in Games 3 and 4. In this Game 6, the Dodgers sent Game 2 winner Burt Hooton to the mound to face the Yankees' Game 3 winner Mike Torrez. This audio recording is from the radio broadcast featuring announcers Bill White and Win Elliott.
In the Bronx, New York, CBS Radio Sports presents game number 6 of the 1977 World Series on the CBS Radio Network and around the world through American Forces Radio. Hello, everybody. This is Ralph Kiner along with Win Elliott and Ross Porter getting set for the 6th game of the 1977 World Series between the New York Yankees and the Los Angeles Dodgers. This broadcast is sponsored by Menley and James Contact, 12-hour cold capsule, by American Motors, makers of Concord DL, by Bear Aspirin, America's #1 selling aspirin, and by New Mellow Roast Coffee and Grain Beverage, delicious coffee taste without bitterness.
This is your World Series station in New York, WCBS News Radio 88. And immediately following our broadcast of the game, we'll bring you up to date on all the latest news, weather, and sports, including details on all the racing at Yonkers and the Meadowlands.
Well, the stage is set for the 6th game of this World Series in the best of 4 out of 7. Only 3 teams have won the World Series after being down 3-1 in games, and the Dodgers were just that, down 3-1 to the Yankees. They won in Los Angeles, and now they are 1 down to the Yankees as this 6th game is coming up. Teams that have scored first in this series have won 4 of the 5 games, and they have won the last 4 straight. And the Dodgers, if you're interested in numbers, have never lost a World Series in an odd-numbered year. They won in 1959, 1963, and 1965. And here tonight, it's going to be Burt Hooton on the mound for the Dodgers, hoping to keep their hopes alive. Hooton pitched 9 innings in a winning ball game earlier in the series, and he allowed only 1 run on 5 hits while striking out 8 and walking 1. Hooton in the regular season had a record of 12 wins and 7 losses. And going for the Yankees, Mike Torrez. Mike with a record of 17-13 in the regular season, and he also pitched a complete game, a winning effort for the Yankees. More of our pregame activities after this message.
Hey, sports fans, did you know that now there's a great new way to enjoy the series at home? Sure, I'm talking about new Mellow Roast coffee and grain beverage. Mellow Roast starts with 3 kinds of rich, robust coffees, then blends in roasted grain to take away the bitter edge. So you enjoy full-flavored coffee taste without the bitterness, and that should make any sports fan a Mellow Roast fan, too. Pick up some Mellow Roast at your supermarket today. It's new from General Foods.
Well, the New York Yankees had a press conference earlier this afternoon. In a statement by Gabe Paul, president of the New York Yankees, he said, "We are pleased to announce that Billy Martin will continue as Yankee manager and has been rewarded with a substantial bonus in recognition of the fine job he has done. We hope this will put to rest the unfounded rumors that a change was about to be made." Billy's contract runs through the 1979 season. Billy Martin said, "I am very pleased and happy after talking with Gabe Paul about this year, next year, and 79. The Yankees were extremely good to me, and everything is going to be great. I want to thank George Steinbrenner, the top partner in the Yankees, Gabe, and the New York Yankees for this kind reward and expression of confidence. And, of course, my warm thanks to our players whose great performances have made this all possible." Well, that's the way it sets up. That should get Billy Martin a little bit easier as far as he is concerned. I don't think it has much to do with the players, but Billy Martin has been given a bonus and a vote of confidence. We talked with Lou Piniella of the New York Yankees. He's having quite a season, about his observations on Burt Hooton and this game.
Well, Ralph, I think that Burt Hooton surprised us a little bit the first time with his good fastball. We didn't think he threw that hard from our scouting reports, but he pitched an excellent game against us. I think most of our hitters were more preoccupied with his knuckle curve than they were with the fastballs, and I think that this time around, you'll see the hitter's looking more for the fastball. If he makes a good pitch with the curveball, you're not going to hit it anyway, so I'll look for it. If he hangs it, well, you should be able to hit it off the fastball.
Lou, did you find anything special about the knuckle curve? Did it break in a pattern or just break down and out or down and in?
Well, early part of the ball game, the knuckle curve was quick and it was breaking down and away. And towards the middle part and latter part of the game, it slowed down somewhat and was hanging a little more.
We've been talking with Lou Piniella. Lou, of course, having an outstanding series. Thank you very much, Lou.
Thank you, Ralph.
Well, the crowd is filing in, and it looks as though we'll have another standing room only crowd on this very nice evening for baseball. It's a little bit chilly. The temperature will be down in the high 40s, and also there's a little bit of a breeze blowing, but not too bad as we get set for the ball game. The Yankees are going with their same lineup, with the exception of the pitcher that they used in the opening game of this World Series. And the Dodgers have made just one change from their opening lineup. They are playing Rick Mundy in center field in place of a rookie, Glenn Burke, who started in the first game of this series. The national anthem will be sung by Robert Merrill, and Joe DiMaggio will be the man who will throw out the first ball. Don Sutton pitched the Dodgers back to even in the LCS, the League Championship Series, and back to New York with his 10-4 win over the Yankees in L.A. in the fifth game. Here's what he thought of Burt Hooton's chances tonight.
Well, I don't think that it bothered me that much on Sunday. I think that I have the approach to the ball game that to those kind of games that it's more fun to play when there's something on the line. And having watched Burt Hooton for the last couple of years, I think that he is a better pitcher when there's something on the line, too. So I think we're in good hands tonight.
That's good news for Dodger fans. And, of course, you are playing in this ballpark. Hooton with that knuckle curve throws a lot of ground balls, as Casey Stengel would say, so the ballpark shouldn't make a whole lot of difference to him.
No, I don't think so, and I think he's a type pitcher that if he gets behind with the curveball and they don't swing at it, he can pitch up and away with enough velocity to use that straightaway center field in those alleys where you really have to hit a tee shot to get it out of here.
Talked with Lou Piniella, and he said that he was surprised by the velocity of the fastball that Burt Hooton threw, and that he felt that the Yankees would be sitting on the fastball more and not worrying about the knuckle curve.
Well, who knows if that's a con job that he's trying to get us to believe that he's going to do it, or if it's the truth. I think Burt Hooton gets underestimated by a lot of people. He has three good pitches. He has a changeup that not too many people are really aware of who don't see him every day, and he knows how to pitch. So, like I say, I think we're in good hands.
Talking with Don Sutton. Don, thank you very much.
Okay, Ralph.
We'll continue in just a moment.
Nowadays, you can't listen to radio, watch television, or read a newspaper without some auto manufacturer telling you what great gas mileage his car gets. They quote the EPA. They tell you how many miles per gallon they get in the city and how many they get on the highway. Well, all these facts are great to know. But if there's anything you need as much as cars that make your gasoline go a little further, it's a gasoline that makes your dollar go a little further. At the Getty Oil Company, we have a gasoline that's perfect for newer cars. Getty Unleaded Regular, with the octane performance of regular and the clean running smoothness of unleaded. But most important, we sell Getty Unleaded Regular for less than most other major unleadeds. So now you can choose a car and a gasoline that give you more miles for your money. Getty Premium and Getty Unleaded Regular. We've got what's best for your car.
Well, the New York Yankees are being introduced right now, and of course they get the thunderous applause from these partisan Yankee fans. The Dodgers have just been introduced, and the Yankees are getting set to go here at home at Yankee Stadium in the sixth game of this seven-game series. If it goes one more, we'll have seven. We'll return to the 1977 World Series in 1 minute on the CBS Radio Network. This is Ralph Kiner, CBS Radio Sports.
WCBS, New York.
Until you visit your General Tire headquarters, you'll find a tire that's right for you and a price that's set for today's budgets. Choose from steel-belted radials, glass-belted, polyester cord, and economical 4-ply nylon cord tires. Or go with a sporty look of wide letter whites. They all incorporate General's 62 years of tire building know-how. Quality, choice, price. General has the tire for you. Check your yellow pages for the General Tire headquarters nearest you.
Sooner or later, you'll own General. tonight.
Hello again from Yankee Stadium, where CBS Radio Sports is pleased to present the 6th game of the 1977 World Series between the New York Yankees and Los Angeles Dodgers, with Ross Porter and I'm Win Elliott. And things are just about ready to get underway as Bob Merrill sings the national anthem.
Please join in the singing of our national anthem, which will be led by Robert Merrill.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars rose the perilous fight? The ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say thus that star-spangled banner yet waves for the land of the free and the home of the
We'll be right back to Yankee Stadium after this word.
If you're like most car owners, getting an oil change is a pain in the neck. Here's how to relieve that pain.
Mobil One, the oil that does it all. Mobil One.
With Mobil One, you don't have to change oil every 3,000 miles or even every 7,500 miles. You can drive Mobil One for an incredible 15,000 miles or 1 year, whichever comes first, before changing oil. If your car is new, use Mobil One and just follow warranty rules. Mobil One offers relief in other ways. It saves you gas, reduces engine wear, and you don't have to change oil when the seasons change. As for that other big pain, cold weather starting, Mobil One helps start a well-tuned engine clear down to 35 degrees below zero. Why settle for partial relief when there's
Mobil One, the oil that does it all.
Game 6, Yankee Stadium. Win Elliott with Ross Porter. We're just about to get underway, and so the last of the necessities. The umpires at home plate: John McSherry, first base, Nestor Shylock, second base, Ed Sudol, Larry McCoy's at third base, left field, it's Jerry Dale's area, and Jim Evans is patrolling right field. And we're awaiting the toss of the first pitch, the ceremonial that'll get this game underway, Game 6. I suspect you know that the Yankees have the lead in games 3-2.
Your attention,
and I tell you that in all World Series history, a team trailing by one game at this point in the series, 1 out of 4. So the odds are 4-1 against the Dodgers, if you want to put it that way. And I see him now in the Yankee dugout, the greatest living ball player, Joe DiMaggio. Comes out, waves his hand. You hear it. He's coming out. He's actually going to the mound. That's the first time I've ever seen that. Joe D is actually going to the pitcher's mound to deliver the first pitch, and there's a little embarrassed grin on his face. Bends down, not quite to the rosin bag. Here it comes. Crowd loves it. You know, Joe, for all the things he's done in the world of baseball, all always has that shy, little embarrassed grin on his face. He's never quite relaxed in front of the public as he was in the batter's box or loping around in center field. It's a very attractive little grin, and there it was, and he had a ball. Insofar as Joe D can express the fact that he's having a ball, awfully nice guy, very contained, however, contained to the point when he thought he had it in baseball, that he couldn't perform as the greatest in center field. He packed it in. He didn't wait for anybody to tell him or anybody to offer him any less or offer him any more. He said, I've had it. As long as I can't perform the way the public has come to accept my performance, I'm through. So that was Joe D. Through in the field, but obviously never through, at least in Yankee Stadium here, and I suspect all over the world of baseball. And the Yankees take the field. It'll be Mike Torrez, who is one of the 4 pitchers to go all the way in this series. That's the first time that's ever happened, or ever happened since 1971, that is. Torrez and Guidry for the Yankees, Hooton and Sutton for the Dodgers. And so it'll be 2 guys who went all the way, Hooton and Torrez. I might tell you that Torrez, with 3 days rest, prefers it that way. In his winning streak of 7 games earlier in August, that's the way he did it. As for Sutton, he's plenty rested. Whether it's a nickel curve, a knuckle curve, or whatever, he's had 5 days to rest. So this is the game the Dodgers must win. You must be tired of hearing that. And this is the game that the Yankees feel, I think secretly, that they've got to knock out those guys from the West Coast today, or it may be too late. It's what I said out in California. When you've thrown your best punch, he wobbles, the knees shake, but he doesn't go down. You know it's going to be a long night. Well, this may be the longest of all series, the 7th game type. Torrez is out there warming up. About the 7th game, in 1963, the last time these 2 guys met, that is the Dodgers and the Yankees, it was the shortest possible of all series. Los Angeles won it 4-0. Koufax bested, or Koufax bested Ford in the 4th game, and that was the famous game when Junior Gilliam hit the ball to third base. Boyer threw it to Pepitone. Pepitone lost it in the sun. Gilliam went to third, and on the next play, a sacrifice fly, he came in, and that was the winning margin, 2-1. The Yanks, of course, have a large margin in play against the Dodgers, both from Brooklyn and Los Angeles. The Brooklyn style, they beat the Dodgers 7-1. However, the Los Angeles group holds the edge in World Series play against the Yanks, as I've just explained. So this is the 10th. The Yankees lead it at the moment 3-2, and everybody's tense with excitement here. The only thing that's changed here in New York, it's nighttime, it's on the cool side, and the cheers you will hear coming from the Yankee fans. And by my side, ready to get underway with play-by-play, Ross Porter.
Thank you very much, Win Elliott. Good evening, everyone, from Yankee Stadium, New York, where over 56,000 have crowded in on a cool autumn night. The temperature might be in the high 40s by the time this game is over. The wind blowing out toward left center field as Mike Torrez, the winner of Game 3, looks down to Thurman Munson, and Dodger second baseman Davey Lopes stands in, and the 6th game is about to begin. Torrez to the windup, and the right-hander's first pitch is high for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Torrez got Lopes all 4 times he faced him in Los Angeles last Friday night. Davey 3 for 20 in the series. He swings and misses a good fastball from Torrez, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Torrez lost Game 3 of the American League Championship Series in Kansas City, 6-2, but he pitched 5 1/3 innings of shutout relief in the deciding game of the playoffs. There's a ground ball by Lopes out to Bucky Dent at short, and he throws him out. So 1 away for the Dodgers. That'll bring on shortstop Bill Russell. Russell, like Lopes, was 0 for 4 against Torrez the first time they faced in this World Series. Russell overall in the series is 4 for 23. Torrez beat the Dodgers Friday night in Los Angeles 5-3. He allowed a 3-run homer to Dusty Baker, but he struck out 9. Breaking ball for a called strike to Russell. National League umpire John McSherry working behind the plate tonight. Torrez is ready. The right-hander winds and delivers, and Russell grounds one out to the second baseman, Willie Randolph. A two-hopper. He fields it and throws out the Dodgers shortstop. So 2 infield grounders off the bats of Lopes and Russell. 2 out, nobody on, and up comes Reggie Smith, the bat left-handed against Torrez.
Ross, one of the indications as to how effective Torrez might be tonight is the speed with which he pitches. Not the speed of his pitch, but how frequent his pitches come. So far, he's wasted no time, and that's a good sign for Torrez.
Torrez up to the windup now, and the pitch to Smith. A swing and a miss, a good high fastball. Reggie was 1 for 3 against Mike in Game 3. Torrez retired the last 11 Dodgers to face him the other night. He's working with 3 days rest. No wind-up delivery. Smith grounds one to the left side. Dent backhands it, bobbles it, no play. Smith will be aboard. Bucky Dent, the shortstop, had to come back 2 strides to his right to get the high hopper. Batted it down, and we'll wait and see what the scoring will be. It'll be an error on Bucky Dent. So that's the 3rd error of the World Series on the Yankees. Remember, they didn't have any until the game in Los Angeles Sunday. And then there were errors committed by Greg Nettles and Lou Piniella. We've only had 4 errors in this series. So Smith is the first base runner of Game 6, and that'll give Ron Cey a chance here in the first inning. Cey 0 for 3 against Torrez, 3 for 18 overall in the series. Cey takes high and away for a ball. 2 out, a runner at first, no score, just the start of the ball game. Torrez to the stretch, looks at Smith. The pitch to Cey. Fouled on. No, the ball gets away from Munson, and down to second goes Reggie Smith. So there was no foul tip. The ball bounced off to the left of the plate. Munson went over to get it. But Smith trots into second base, and the Dodgers have a man in scoring position on Thurman Munson's pass ball. The count to Cey, 1 ball and 1 strike. Cey has appeared now in 10 World Series games, including 1974. He's hitting 171 in the series in those 2 years. The stretch by Torrez, the 1-1 pitch. Slider misses outside, ball 2, 2 balls and 1 strike. Cey during the series has only 3 hits, and he's hitting just 167. But Ron has been retired on outfield flies 9 different times. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Low, ball 3, 3-1. On deck, Steve Garvey. More runs have been scored in the first inning this year than in any other inning during the series. Dodgers have 5, the Yankees have 4. The pitch to Cey. Low, ball 4, and the Dodgers have 2 on with 2 out.
And this, in general, has been a 2-out series. So much of the havoc has been raised by each club. Now, in this particular inning, Torrez seemed to be going along very well. He threw 3 ground balls, but the third one to Reggie Smith bounced on the lip of the grass, fooled Dent, and put him on. And now the base on balls with the pass ball in between, and the Dodgers are threatening.
Steve Garvey's had 7 hits in the series, the same as Thurman Munson of the Yankees. They've been the top men there. Garvey hitting .350 as he stands in. Torres' pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. So Torres, who should have been out of the inning, now has to work out of a scrape with Smith at second, safe on an error by Dent, and Cey aboard on 5 pitches on a walk. The next one to Garvey. Low, ball 2, 2-0. Surprisingly, Win, in this World Series so far, almost half of the runs, 20 of the 42 we've seen, have been scored in the first 3 innings.
Well, it shows you what jitters will do.
Garvey waiting, Torrez at the belt, but 2-0 pitch. Line drive, base set down the right field line, into the corner. That'll score Smith. Cey halfway to third. As Jackson picks up the ball, Cey is 10 feet from third, turning and coming home. The throw will be nowhere. 2-0 Dodgers as Cey scores, and Garvey winds up at third base with a triple. So Garvey conked it right over the bag down the right field line, scoring Smith and Cey 2 unearned runs, but the Dodgers lead it 2-0.
Steve Garvey, in analyzing the success of the Yankees early in the series, says they're smart hitters. They go with the pitch. They don't try to necessarily put it in the stands. If it's outside, they go with it. Munson did that. Jackson did that. So Steve came up and put his bat where his mouth had been.
Chambliss was playing him way off the line and had no chance. Here's Dusty Baker taking a fastball inside from Torrez for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Baker collected 3 hits on Sunday, and as we pointed out, he hit a 3-run homer off Torrez in Game 3. The next one to Dusty, outside ball 2, 2-0. So with 2 out in the first inning and Torrez sailing along, he got a ground ball to the shortstop, but Dent bobbled it. Say walked, and Garvey chased home 2 runs with a triple into the right field corner. Baker takes low, ball 3, 3-0, and Thurman Munson walks out in front of the plate, hollers something to Mike Torrez.
If you're going to lose the plate, the best place to lose it, however, is low. He didn't quite get it low enough nor far enough outside to Garvey, and that's why the Dodgers with the 2 unearned run.
Let's see if they turn Baker loose. He's taking it, and it cost him right in there, 3-1. Dodgers got 2 runs here in the first inning of game 1, but the Yankees came back to win that one in 12, 4-3. The 3-1 pitch to Baker. Pop foul back, 3-2. Torrez out of Topeka, Kansas, came to the Yankees in April from Oakland and won 14 ball games for New York. He lost 12. Torrez won 7 straight, though, between the last of July and the last of August. Garvey down the line from third. Now timeout for the moment. Torrez checking something with plate umpire John McSherry. Now back up on top, and Baker waiting. The windup and the 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Slider got the outside corner. Baker yells at McSherry, but Torrez works himself back from a 3-0 deficit to get the Dodger left fielder. However, Los Angeles breaks on top with 2 runs, 1 hit. Garvey's 2-run triple, a big error by Bucky Dent. And at the end of a half an inning in game 6, the Dodgers 2 and the Yankees coming up to face Burt Hooton for the first time.
When do you say Budweiser? Whenever the moment is right for a great beer. When do you say Budweiser? Whenever the good times are moving to right beer. When you're feeling easy after the work is done, that's just what to say. While you're still having fun, anytime's the right time. The king of beers is waiting for your call. When do you say Budweiser? That's the beer for any time at all. That's the beer for any time at all. When you say Budweiser, you say it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
This broadcast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of Major League Baseball is prohibited. If you've joined us late, the Dodgers scored twice in the top half of the first inning, 2 unearned runs. Torrez got the first 2 batters docilely on ground balls. Reg Smith hit one to the shortstop, Bucky Dent. It took a fairly bad bounce. He foozled it nevertheless. Then Mike tried to be careful with Say, threw 4 low ones. Steve Garvey, who had been the leading hitter in terms of number of hits the Dodgers had, but only had 1 RBI to his credit, then pickled a low outside ball right down the right field line. He went to third. The 2 Dodgers in front of him scored, and that was it. Dick Tidrow started to get up in the Yankee bullpen, but that was obviated by the fact that John Dusty Baker struck out. And so it is 2-0 as Burt Hooton now comes to see if he can do it again. He met the Yankees here and shut them out, or rather, and defeated them. He went the entire 9 innings. He had an easy time of it because the starter in that game, Catfish Hunter, was touched up for 5 runs in the first 3 innings, and the game was over quite early. However, Burt has been a consistent pitcher for the Dodgers all year round. He's had 5 days rest. Let's see what he does as Mickey Rivers comes to bat for the Yankees, Ross.
This marks the 3rd straight time at Yankee Stadium, all the games played in New York this year, that the Dodgers have scored 2 runs in the first inning. It wasn't enough in game 1. It was enough in game 2 when Hooton won 6-1 with a complete game 5 hitter, a night in which he struck out 8. The first pitch to Rivers is a pop fly down the left field line. Baker coming fast, Russell going out. Baker near the foul line, reaches across the line and makes the catch. Good catch by Dusty Baker, lost the hat. And it took the left field umpire, Jerry Dale, to tell us about it since Baker went out of sight, but a good one-handed catch by Baker, fairly in foul territory by about a stride.
I think he actually tumbled in over the low barrier there, the low stands. In his momentum, carried him over. Yes, he did win over. It was sort of a half gainer that he did into the stands, but he had it.
Here's Willie Randolph, the Yankee second baseman, taking the knuckle curve low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Hooton in Game 2 against the Yankees retired 14 of the last 15 New York batters to face him. Randolph takes low, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. The 79th World Series game ever played at Yankee Stadium since 1923, the year it opened. Game 6. Yankees leading 3-2. The Dodgers ahead tonight 2-0. Hooton swings to the windup, and the 2-0 pitch to Randolph is high, ball 3, 3-0. Hooton has had a strikeout-walk ratio this year of 2.5 to 1. Here's the 3-0 pitch to Randolph on the way. Called strike. Outside corner at the letters, 3-1. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the first. The 3-1 pitch. Hot smash to the left of Russell. He flags it down. Turns and throws to Garvey in time. Good play by Russell on a hot shot by Randolph. 2 away on the New York first, just as the Dodgers had 2 out with nobody on the top of the inning when they erupted for 2. Thurman Munson, who's had a good series with 7 base hits and 21 at-bats, strides up to the plate from the right side. Munson went 1 for 4 against Hooton the first time they faced last week. One of the reasons Hooton was so effective against the Yankees in Game 2 was the fact that he got Rivers 0 for 4 and Randolph 1 for 4. He kept the 2 leadoff men off the base pads. First one to Munson is low for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Burt Hooton has not lost a game in over 2 months. It's been 10 weeks. August the 11th, the last time he fell, Cincinnati beat him. The 1-0 pitch to Munson. Tapped out to the shortstop. Russell charges. Glove. One-handed. Throws to Garvey. Pulled him off, but Garvey came back and tagged the bag. Munson is gone, and so are the Yankees in order. And at the end of 1 inning in Game 6, Dodgers 2, Yankees nothing.
When you're buying or leasing a new car or truck, Ford Credit wants to give you credit for being you.
Maybe you're wondering just who is Ford Credit. Well, our full name is Ford Motor Credit Company, and we're the sales financing subsidiary of Ford Motor Company. In other words, we're the people who want to give you credit on any Ford or Lincoln Mercury product. So have your dealer call us if you're buying or leasing a new Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury car, a Ford truck, tractor, or recreational vehicle. You see, we believe in the people who buy Ford products, and you can believe we'll do everything we can to put you on wheels fast.
When you're buying or leasing a new car or truck, Ford Credit wants to give you credit for being you.
And now a commercial from the makers of Bayer Aspirin.
In Washington, the Food and Drug Administration released important news about aspirin and aspirin substitutes. The news release reports that a panel of medical experts, in one of their findings, found no basis for the claim that aspirin substitutes are safer than aspirin.
That's right. Aspirin substitutes were not found safer than aspirin. When you want relief, get Bayer Aspirin. Bayer has relieved more pain than any medication in history. Use only as directed.
Going into the top of the second here at Yankee Stadium, game number 6, it's Dodgers 2-0 over the Yankees. Mike Torrez against Burt Hooton. Both pitchers pitched well. Torrez victimized by an error at short, a walk, and then a triple down the right field line by Steve Garvey. Both runs scoring unearned. Hooton had no problems with the top 3 in the Yankee batting order. A foul fly off Rivers, and then 2 ground balls. Now the Dodgers to bat for their half of the second inning, Ross.
Rick Monday, Steve Yeager, and Burt Hooton will face Mike Torrez as we go to the second. Hooton only threw 8 pitches in the first inning to the Yankees. Monday, 0 for 4 against Torrez in Game 3, is 1 for 7 in the series. Monday's had the last 2 games off. He hits a ground ball to Chambliss at first. Chris will carry it over to the bag, 1 away. Steve Yeager has been a pleasant addition to the Dodger attack here in the playoffs and also in the World Series. Yeager hit 16 home runs during the regular season. But here in the World Series, he has 5 runs batted in. He and Dusty Baker had the most of any two players in the series for either team. And Yeager drove in 4 of those 5 runs Sunday at Dodger Stadium in Game 5. The 3-run homer off Don Gullett, the big blow, giving the Dodgers a 5-0 lead in the 4th inning that day. Here's a hopper foul up along third. Preston Gomez fields it. He's coaching at third again for the Dodgers. Jim Gilliam, who celebrated his 49th birthday yesterday, in the coaching lines at first for Los Angeles. 2-0 Dodgers, as Steve Garvey went the other way in the first inning. Ripped one past the first base bag into the corner, scores Smith and Say. Yeager takes low for a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. There have been 39 World Series which reached the 6th game, and in 26 of the 39, 2/3 of them, the trailing team forced a deciding 7th game. There's a roller up along third. It goes foul in the last 10 feet before Nettles fields it, so Yeager will have to come back to count 1-2.
Yeager is no gazelle, yet he would have beaten that one out had it been fair. And I noticed Greg Nettles, in regards to the temperature tonight, in between pitches, puts both his hands in his armpits to keep them warm. And, of course, the batters come out thoroughly garbed in those golf gloves. This is not Los Angeles weather. As Ross mentioned earlier, it probably will get down to about 40. No precipitation, but they'll be a little creaky out there.
Torrez ahead on the count to Yeager. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch got him swinging. Torrez gets his second strikeout. He closed out Baker in the first inning. Now with 2 away, Burt Hooton will come up. Hooton was 0 for 3 as a batter in Game 2. Hooton, 27-year-old, former University of Texas All-America. Once pitched a no-hitter for the Chicago Cubs. And he said that was on a cold night against Philadelphia. Torres' pitch is looped to right field. Reggie Jackson coming up. He's there now, and one-hands it for the final out. So Torres doesn't have to throw too many pitches himself in the second inning. He gets the Dodgers easily. And at the end of an inning and a half, Dodgers 2, Yankees nothing.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your cold to contact.
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacks. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your cold to contact.
Take only as directed.
Looks like there's going to be some fingernail biting at the stadium here tonight. Of course, there's plenty of sports action here on CBS Radio all the time. The weekend of January 14th and 15th, for instance. I'm going to have a Super Bowl weekend for you. 17 broadcasts recalling all the color of Super Bowls past and the one that's growing now. Then on Sunday, January 15th, the spectacular game itself, pro football for you, when CBS Radio Sports brings you the Super Bowl. That from New Orleans. Well, as we look out at the field and we hear the murmur of the crowd in the back, Burt Hooton has taken his time getting back to the Dodger dugout and making his way to the mound. Now he's manicuring the spikes because he was the last batter up, though he didn't run very vigorously on that little looper to right field. Nevertheless, it's always the pitcher's prerogative to take his time, presumably to conserve his energy. He's the guy that does the most work out there. Right now, he's doing a deep knee bend or two. Hooton has had a very successful season. You'd never know it when you talk to him. Or does he react that way? I understand his nickname is Happy, given to him by Tom Lasorda, basically because he never smiles. Well, when you're winning, you don't have to smile. Lasorda, for instance, will tell you interminably most of the time that he loves his job, and he loves his players, and he loves the game. I had a chance to ask him, has he ever had a losing season? I was wondering how much of a lover he would be there. He looked at me in surprise, mock surprise, and said, losing season? What's that? Okay, he maintained that he didn't. Well, you hear the response to the right fielder, number 44, Reggie Jackson.
Well, Lasorda wasn't exactly honest with you, Win, because he did have a club at Spokane in 1971 that finished third and lost 7 more than they won. He's had winners everywhere else.
I would suspect he would maintain, Spokane aside, that wasn't part of the United States or something.
Reggie Jackson's had 5 hits in the last 3 series games, and he scored 2 runs in each of those 3. He takes a high pitch from Hooton for a ball, 1-0. Reggie's 6 for 17 in the series, 3 runs batted in. Jackson with 2 home runs. The next one from Hooton, inside for ball 2, 2-0. Jackson was 0 for 4 against Hooton the first time they faced here last Wednesday night. 2 balls and no strikes to Reggie Jackson, leading off in the last of the second. Hooton's pitch is low and outside, ball 3, 3-0. Hooton finished 3rd this year in the National League in earned run average. He wound up the year at 2.62. Only John Candelaria of the Pirates and Tom Seaver of the Mets and then Reds had a better ERA. The 3-0 pitch to Reggie, a high, ball 4, and on 4 pitches, Jackson walks.
And the fact that he gets on base at this particular instant makes him the most popular man in town. He's been quoted, misquoted, listened to, unlistened to. You know the story.
Chris Chambliss was also 0 for 4 against Hooton in Game 2. Chris has had 5 hits in the series and 20 at-bats. Burt Hooton out of a stretch. The pitch to the Yankee first baseman is low, ball 1. So Hooton has missed on 5 straight, opening up the second inning. Dodgers 2, Yankees nothing. We've had 1 hit in the game, a 2-run triple over the first base bag by Steve Garvey of the Dodgers in the first inning. The next one to Chambliss. That's a strike on the inside corner at the belt, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
I suspect the Yankee Stadium crowd is trying to emulate the Veterans Stadium crowd in Philadelphia when Hooton was presumably upset by the constant noise.
Now the stretch by Hooton. He looks at Jackson. There goes Reggie, a bluff. The pitch is low and outside, and Jackson comes back to the bag. 2 balls and 1 strike to Chris Chambliss with Greg Nettles on deck. Hooton is ready, working quickly. 2-1 pitch to Chambliss. A drive to right center field and deep. Way back, going. A home run for Chris Chambliss, and we're tied 2-2.
Has struck in the series. He got the fat part of the bat on it and smashed it 385 feet into the right center field stand. And the Yankee bench is a whirlpool of activity. And Tom Lasorda, no, that's Red Adams, comes out to speak to the Dodger pitcher. I noticed just before Chambliss took his place at bat, Billy Martin was up on the top step, wig-wagging furiously, fake and false and real signs, giving him the rolling fist, the fight sign. Billy, as you probably have heard, got a vote of confidence from owner Steinbrenner and general manager Gabe Paul this afternoon. A bonus for the year. He will be retained for the remaining 2 years of his contract. Red Adams has come out to settle down Burt Hooton, aided and abetted in part by the Yankee Stadium throng, which has thrown the unrolling kind of tissue paper out, and the stadium group has had to go out and clear the field, and the din has not let up, as it is now 2-2, no outs, second inning, Yankees at bat, and Ross, who is it?
Elias Sosa is throwing wind in the Dodger bullpen. Chris Chambliss, who had 17 home runs during the American League season, has knotted it with a 2-run blast to right center. Greg Nettles takes a knuckle curve low for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Hooton only gave up 14 home runs during the National League season. That was the second low total on the Dodger staff. Tommy John gave up only 12. Here is Nettles, 4 for 17 in the series. A ground smash to Garvey. One-hands it behind the bag and carries it over, 1 away. So Nettles ripped it, but right at Garvey, and we have 1 gone in the New York second inning.
And this is Lou Piniella. That is the ooh you hear in the background. That's Lou, not boo. A knuckleball, whether it's a curve or just an inexplicable dancer, when it doesn't break, is duck soup. And it looked like Chambliss caught one that didn't do any breaking.
He got all of it and drove it at least 400 feet into the right center field seats. Lou Piniella, 1 for 3 against Hooton in the first outing between the two. Fouls 1 back for a strike. Piniella, 6 for 19 on the series. But Lou fighting a mild slump at the moment. He's 0 for 7. 2-2, bottom of the second. Burt Hooton to the windup, and the 0-1 pitch to Piniella. High pop fly on the middle of the infield. In a shallow right center. Reggie Smith coming in, calling for it. Loses the cap and makes the catch. 2 away as Piniella pops up to Smith. Here's shortstop Bucky Dent. It was Dent's 2-out error in the first inning, which set up the Dodger 2-run salvo. Dent bobbling Reggie Smith's hopper, and then after Ron Say walked, Garvey whacked the triple down the right field line to chase in 2. Hooton to the windup, the pitch to Dent, knuckle curve, swung on and missed, strike 1. Dent 1 for 2 against Hooton in the series and 5 for 17 against Dodger pitching. Crowd's over from the right side. Hits a ground ball out to Davy Lopes. 2-hopper. Davy's got it and throws him out. So Hooton settles down after Chambliss' 2-run homer deadlocks the ball game. 2 runs, 1 hit, nobody left. And at the end of 2 innings in Game 6, Dodgers 2, Yankees 2.
Okay, we're about to go to the top of the third, and both pitchers now are even. Mike Torrez was touched for a triple after an error and a walk had put him in jeopardy. Then Burt Hooton, having walked Jackson, a home run by Chambliss. So it was really only 1 hit apiece. You mean Mrs. Carter came all the way from California?
She's really wrapped up in this series win, and Miss Carter is here to see Game 6, as she was for Games 4 and 5 in Los Angeles.
And another warm welcome for another guest seated near her, the Attorney General of the United States, Mr. Griffin Bell.
Attorney General Griffin Bell is also here at Yankee Stadium tonight, along with 56,000 plus other baseball fans, and they're seeing a stirring start to Game 6 of the 1977 Classic. The Dodgers getting 2 runs in the first on an error, a walk, and Steve Garvey's triple, and the Yankees coming back to square it in the second on a walk and a 2-run homer by Chris Chambliss. And out in Southern California, they may be about to revoke Chris Chambliss' UCLA alumni card. Here's Davy Lopes taking low and outside from Mike Torrez as we go to the 3rd inning. The 3rd inning has been the most productive of the World Series so far for the Dodgers. They have scored 7 runs in the 3rd inning. Lopes fouls one back. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ross, you sound like they may issue you a UCLA card, unless maybe you already have one. I don't know.
No. Mine is at the University of Oklahoma, Win. The next pitch to Lopes, popped up foul. It'll make the stands off to the right, back out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Lopes. Davey grounded out to Bucky Dent to open the ball game. The last time a World Series was completed in 6 games was 18 years ago. Can you believe that? When the Dodgers took the White Sox in 1959, 4 games to 2. Torres' 1-2 pitch to Lopes is hammered foul back onto the screen again. So the count remains the same.
18 years ago. I'm not that old.
I found that hard to believe, but ever since then, they've all gone 4, 5, or 7. Mike Torrez back even in the ball game. Steps up on the slab, looks down to Munson. Now ready to go to work. 6'5" right-hander deals 1-2 to Lopes. Low ball 2, 2-2. Two runs, 1 hit for each team. The Yankees have an error that helped cost them 2 runs. Lopes waiting, the 2-2 pitch. Low outside, ball 3, 3-2. Torres threw 133 pitches in Game 3, so they'll watch him closely. There's a hopper back to Torres, reaches up and gloves it, turns and throws to Chambliss in the dirt. Chambliss digs it out. So a good reflex by Mike Torrez, first of all, to get that hopper up the middle. And then he almost threw it away, but Chambliss dug it out. So it went away, and here's Russell.
That was not an easy play on either end. He leaped up, and then it seemed to me he aimed the ball instead of just chucking it over there. And now Chris Chambliss has the home run and the out-quencher on Davy Lopes, the young man from Providence, Rhode Island, who it's often been said, as Dave goes, so go the Dodgers.
Russell grounded out to second his first time up. Billy bounces one to the shortstop, Dent, this time. Bucky up throwing, 2 away. Reggie Smith got things started for the Dodgers in the first inning with his hopper to the left side, which Dent bobbled for the error. Reggie, much better percentage hitter and power hitter from that left side.
And I think by all odds, his home run in the second game has been the longest hit of the series.
Reggie takes low for a ball. Smith leads the Dodgers in runs during the series with 6 now, including the one tonight in the 6 games. Torres' 1-0 pitch is swung on a miss. Good fastball by Mike. Billy Martin was not going to start Torres tonight, but he was told Ed Figueroa's index finger tendonitis was not 100% healed, so he went back to Mike. The 1-1 pitch to Smith. There's a drive to center field and deep. Rivers turns. That one's going to be gone again to the right center field pavilion, and the Dodgers regain the lead 3-2 on Reggie Smith's 3rd home run of the World Series.
That was almost exactly where the one he hit in the second game was deposited, well over the 385-foot mark, easily 400. The fat part of the bat, you could tell from the crack in the trajectory. There was no question about it at all. And so the Dodgers go back into the lead, 3-2.
The Dodgers now have hit 9 home runs in this series, the most since the 1955 Brooklyn Dodgers hit 9. And so the 9 here this year by the Dodgers equals the National League high. The 1957 Braves that hit 8 home runs. Ron Say takes inside for a ball. The 1956 Yankees hold the all-time record, 12 home runs in a series. Say takes on the outside corner for a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike. So 3-2 Los Angeles as Reggie Smith unloads. Say waiting 1-1. The pitch from Torres is high and inside, 2-1. The Dodgers then have scored all 3 of their runs here tonight after 2 are out. Say waits. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Here's a ground ball to the left side. Nettles, bobbles, and has no play. Greg lunged to his left in front of Dent to get his glove on the ball. And while prone, tried to come up and throw and couldn't do it. It'll be a base hit for Ron Say. So Say, who walked and scored in the first inning, is on again with 2 out here in the 3rd. 3 hits now for the Dodgers of Mike Torrez.
I'm not sure that if Greg hadn't let it go through, Dent was in position to field the ball, but whether his long throw would have been quick enough, I'm not sure.
That's a very good point, Win, and it also reminds us of the ball hit out in Los Angeles in Game 3 when Say cut in front of Russell and had the ball go off his glove, where if Russell had been allowed to get the ball, they would have had probably a force out at second at worst. So the little things all add up in a great classic like this. Here's Garvey, who tripled in 2 his first time up. Torres misses outside for a ball. Let's pause 5 seconds for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
WCBS, New York.
The 1-0 pitch to Garvey. Inside ball 2, 2-0. No activity now in either bullpen. Dodgers 3, Yankees 2, top of the 3rd inning in New York. Game 6. If there's a Game 7, we'll be on the air tomorrow night on CBS at 8:07 Eastern Time. Torres is set. 2-0 pitch to Garvey. Foul back. Tommy John would pitch Game 7, if there is one, for Los Angeles. And Ron Guidry apparently now is Billy Martin's choice for Game 7. Although there were reports here yesterday, Martin wouldn't use Guidry in Game 7. Garvey slugs one to center field and deep, but Rivers going back. He'll have a play in front of the warning track and makes the catch. So Garvey hit it close to 400 feet, the deepest part, one of the deepest parts of the ballpark, and an easy out for Mickey Rivers. The Dodgers, though, go back in front. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left. At the end of 2.5 innings, Dodgers 3, Yankees 2.
In an age when so many products do only what they have to, it's almost a shock to find one that does a lot more.
Mobil One, the oil that does it all.
Mobil One is a synthetic motor oil made by man to do things Mother Nature never dreamed of. Mobil One makes your gas go farther, and you can drive Mobil One for 15,000 miles or 1 year, whichever comes first, without an oil change. If your car is new, use Mobil One and just follow warranty rules. Mobil One also reduces engine wear, helps your engine run clean, and works so well in hot weather that you don't have to change oil when the seasons change. And Mobil One can help start a well...
sports.
Golf, the Masters. Racing, the Triple Crown. Baseball, All-Star, League Championships, and next year's World Series. In case you like tennis, too, how about the U.S. Open? If sports turns you on, turn to CBS Radio Sports all year long on many of these CBS Radio Network stations. So it's Reggie Smith, who's done it before, and he did it again in that third inning of the Dodger half. The one blow, putting the Dodgers back up on top. 3 runs to the Yankees 2. 3-3-0 the score for Dodgers. 2-1-1, 1 error by Bucky Dent. The line for the Yankees. Okay, Ross.
Mike Torrez swings and misses the first pitch from Burt Hooton as we go to the Yankee half of the third inning. New York has not scored in this series in the third inning or in the ninth, and Torrez takes high for the ball, 1-1. Los Angeles has been blanked in the 7th and 8th innings. Now the windup by Burt Hooton, and here comes the 1-1 pitch. A swing and a miss, strike 2, 1-2. Torrez was 0 for 3 when he hit in game 3 in Los Angeles. Hooton ready, the 1-2 pitch. Knuckle curve got him swinging, 1 out in the Yankee third inning. For Burt Hooton, his first strikeout of the game. He had 8, remember, the first time he faced New York. Here's Mickey Rivers, who fouled out the Dusty Baker in the first inning. Baker reaching into the front row of the seats along the left field line to make the catch. Rivers has not had a hit in his last 8 at-bats against the Dodgers. He bounces one up along the first baseline and a roll foul. Mickey now 4 for 24 in the series. Of course, when Rivers gets on, the Yankee offense is certainly boosted.
Encouraged. He does cause the defense to anticipate so many possibilities with him on first base. Almost every single becomes a double.
Ron Say playing way in on the grass for Rivers. Here's Hooton's 1-strike pitch. Knuckle curve in the dirt. 1-1. Until Chambliss hit the 2-run homer in the second, no Yankee had driven in more than 1 run in any World Series game this year. Rivers fouls it out of play along the left field line, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. So the Yankees, over the last week, have had a lot of people with RBI totals of 1, but nobody had 2 until Chambliss. Rivers takes way upstairs, ball 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes from Hooton.
Of course, the Dodgers have outscored the Yankees prior to tonight, 24-18. It's been a very even series at the plate.
2-2 pitch to Rivers, foul back our way upstairs. Still 2-2. Dodgers now have scored 17 of their 27 runs in the series as the result of home runs. Rivers bounces one out toward Davey Lopes. Lopes has got the high hopper and throws him out. So 2 away in the New York third inning. Second baseman Willie Randolph grounded out the short his first time up.
Willie Randolph.
I think back to the 1960 World Series win. Remember the Pirates and Yankees went around and around. The Yankees wound up outscoring the Pirates 55-27. And Pittsburgh won the World Championship. So the run sometimes, that doesn't tell all the story. Pitch inside to Randolph. The Yankees that year won 16-3, 10-0, and 12-0. And Pittsburgh won the other 4 games. 1-0 pitch to Randolph. High, ball 2.
There was an instance of too much of a good thing.
Well, the Yankees have won all the close games this year. The Dodgers have won the 2 lopsided contests. Randolph takes a high strike, 2-1. New York has won by 1 run in 12 innings, by 2 runs, by 2 runs. Los Angeles has won by 5 runs and by 6 runs. 2 balls and 1 strike. The Yankees second baseman Willie Randolph. Burt Hooton's pitch popped up down the middle of the diamond. Rick Mundy coming in, Davey Lopes going out. Lopes gives way, Mundy loses the cap and makes the catch. And Burt Hooton, just as he did in the first inning, gets the Yankees in order in the third. And at the end of 3 innings, in Game 6 at Yankee Stadium, it's the Dodgers 3, the Yankees 2.
Hello, Mama. Hello, Papa. Greetings from camp. Nakahapa. We had an all-day cookout here. Later on, I got a case of diarrhea. I was feeling kinda dismal. Counselor gave me Pepto-Bismol. Now I'm I'm feeling much, much better. That's the news for now. I hope you liked my letter.
Pepto-Bismol for common diarrhea. Read and follow label directions.
Munson had 3. Now for a brief update from CBS News.
I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS radio network. A clarification today from the State Department on U.S.-Israeli working papers for Geneva peace talks. The U.S. says Israel has the right to block participation by the PLO. A hero's welcome today in Frankfurt for West German commandos returning from Somalia after storming a hijacked airliner and freeing 86 hostages. Violent demonstrations broke out in Rome and Athens, leftists protesting the commando raid. And in Washington, a Pentagon spokesman says the United States has specially trained forces prepared to cope with terrorist incidents. House Senate conferees working toward a compromise energy bill ended their first day of debate today at odds on the first issue discussed. Should utility companies finance and install home insulation? The House says yes, the Senate no. A House committee today approved an extra $500 million for the Postal Service. The money is to keep some small-town post offices open and keep the mail coming on Saturdays. Now back to the World Series in New York. I'm David Jackson, CBS News.
Comparatively quiet Yankee Stadium as we've gone through the first 3 innings here in game number 6 with the Dodgers holding a 3-2 lead. Reggie Smith's 3rd home run of the series, the first of the night, giving the LA's that lead in the top of the 3rd as Mike Torrez goes to work, Ross.
Dusty Baker leads off. He struck out his first time up. He checks his swing on a high pitch from Torrez for ball 1-0. The team which has scored first has won 4 of the 5 series games. The last 4. Baker takes inside ball 2-0. The Dodgers led here 2-0 in game 1, as we told you, but the Yankees came back to win that one in 12 innings, 4-3. Torres has 2 0 pitches outside to Dusty for ball 3, and it's 3-0. Baker steps out, looks down to Preston Gomez to see if they might let him swing 3-0. Mundy and Yeager to follow in the Los Angeles 4th. The pitch called strike. 3-1. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Yankees. Mike Torres' 3-1 pitch popped into the right center field. Fairly deep, though, the ball carrying. Reggie Jackson going back to the warning track and's got a play. So that one fooled me. When it was hit, it didn't look like it would carry that far. But Jackson wound up about 375 feet or so away, making the catch, and Baker went the opposite way. He's been one of the few Dodgers the last couple of days to try to go to right center field.
The length of that blow didn't fool Billy Martin. He's got Dick Tidrow up, warming up in the Yankee bullpen.
Rick Mundy bounced out to Chris Chambliss his first time up. Chris playing deep on the dirt part of the infield at first, and Mundy takes a called strike from Torres. If you joined us late, the Dodgers got 2 runs after 2 men were retired in the first inning. Mundy takes inside, and it's 1-1. Smith was aboard on Bucky Dent's error at shortstop. Ron Say walked, and Steve Garvey lined one over the first base bag into the right field corner to drive in 2 runs. Yankees got 2 in the second on Jackson's walk and Chris Chambliss' long homer. Mundy lines a base hit over shortstop in the left field, and the Dodgers have their 4th hit on Mike Torrez. Piniella falls down, but he gets the ball back in, and Mundy with a long sweep around first holds on with a single. Dodgers have had a hit now in every inning except the second. Here's Steve Yeager. Yeager was one of Mike Torres' 2 strikeout victims up to now when he went down swinging in the second inning. Baker had been called out in the first. Torres has pitched to Yeager. The smash past third. Fair ball. Off the railing on left field. Here's Mundy on the way to third base. Piniella throwing to second. They got a shot at Yeager. He is out at second base. Good throw by Lou Piniella. He played the carom off the railing and threw out the Dodger catcher who went in stomach first. But Billy Martin is on the way out to the mound, and even though Burt Hooton is due up, it could be that Billy thinks Mike Torrez has gone far enough. So Lou Piniella with a great defensive play for the Yankees. Otherwise, the Dodgers would have had 2 men in scoring position with 1 out. But that's what you call being familiar with the grounds. Piniella has played that bounce before, and he was on it in a hurry. And threw a perfect strike into second baseman Willie Randolph, and they got Steve Yeager. So Mike Torrez is aided by a great throw by Piniella, and Billy Martin's going to stay with him as Burt Hooton comes up.
I remember a play in the playoffs in the American League where Lou was not quite that gracious in his playing the bounce. He had thought a fan touched it, and they lollygagged the throw in, and everyone was running around like mad. Nobody had touched it, and so, you know, they all even up, I guess.
Here's Hooton with Mundy at third and 2 out. Torres delivers, and the pitch is low for a ball, 1-0. Hooton hit a soft fly ball to Reggie Jackson his first time up tonight. So 2 out, a runner at third instead of second and third and 1 out. Called strike to Hooton at the knees, and it's 1-1. So that could be a big play in this ball game. Only time will tell. 5 hits now for the Dodgers off Torres, including 2 this inning. But all Los Angeles has to show for it is a runner at third with 2 away.
And Steve Yeager's turning out to be the big batter for the Dodgers.
Yeager with his 6th hit of the series, 2 less than Garvey. Hooton swings through a pitch from Torres, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. When the Yankees bat in the 4th, they'll send up Thurman, Munson, Reggie Jackson, and Chris Chambliss. 3-2 Dodgers in the top of the 4th inning. Mundy down the line. The 1-2 pitch to Hooton got him swinging. So Torres, thanks to a fine play by Lou Piniella on Yeager's base hit, gets the Dodgers. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left. And at the end of 3.5 innings in Game 6, Dodgers 3, Yankees 2.
American Motors proudly announces an exciting all-new luxury compact, the AMC Concord DL. There's never been a car quite like this before, because when American Motors builds a luxury compact, the luxury is standard. The 1978 Concord DL has a crushed velour interior with individual reclining front seats, standard. White wall tires, color-keyed wheel covers, wood grain instrument panel, electric digital clock, extra quiet insulation, all standard at no extra cost. Plus one thing you can't get anywhere else at any cost, the exclusive coverage of AMC's Buyer Protection Plan. Concord DL is available in 2-door, 4-door, and wagon models, all efficiently sized and with an uncommonly smooth, quiet ride. See them at your AMC dealers now. AMC Concord DL, the luxury Americans want, the size America needs.
You'll like the value Concord DL offers, too. Ask your AMC dealer for a test drive today.
Remember, Super Bowl Sunday, January 15th, CBS Radio Sports is going to be on hand to provide you with all the play-by-play action from New Orleans on most of these CBS Radio Network stations. Burt Hooton, once again, the last batter in the inning, takes the pitcher's prerogative. He'd been the last batter in the 2nd inning as he was in this inning, and he's lollygagging out to the mound after a few deep breaths there in the dugout, just taking his time. He's going to try to go 9, of course, and anything he can keep from doing other than pitching is to his advantage. As for Mike Torrez, his infield did him in the 1st inning and allowed 2 unearned runs. Well, in that 4th inning, they snapped back and helped him out. That 2-base blow, or normally it would have been with Steve Yeager's blast to left field. Lou Piniella, who's not exactly a sprinter, managed to get to the ball, and he threw out Steve Yeager, who is not exactly a sprinter, and that got Torrez out of the inning. That and the National League's refusal to have a DH didn't help their cause that time. Of course, that's not the point, but that's what happened. So as we go into the last half of the 4th, virtue of Reggie Smith's home run in the 3rd inning, the Dodgers lead it 3-2, and the Yankees captain to the plate.
Thurman Munson has a 9-game hitting string in World Series competition. He's hit safely in 9 of the 10 postseason games this year, hitting at a .310 clip, counting the playoffs. Munson grounded out the short his first time up. Thurman has struck out 7 times in the series. That's the most of any player on either team. Burt Hooton goes to the windup with a 3-2 lead and delivers. And an off-speed pitch is high for a ball, 1-0. Hooton used only 36 pitches in the first 3 innings. Chris Chambliss ripped him for a 2-run homer in the 2nd. But the Dodgers got the lead back on Reggie Smith's 3rd homer of the series in the 3rd. The pitch to Munson. Drive to left field. That's going to be a base hit. Dusty Baker over to get it. Cuts it off. Munson around first will have to haul with a long single. So Munson extends his hitting string in World Series play to 10 games. the Yankees' second hit off Hooton. The other one was Chambliss's homer. And here's Reggie Jackson. Jackson walked on 4 pitches his last time up there. There's a drive to right field and deep. Smith going back, away back. It's gone. A home run, Reggie Jackson.
Burt Hooton threw the wrong ball, and Reggie Jackson made it the long ball. 2 swipes of the bat for the Yankees. In the second and fourth inning, Chris Chambliss left-handed, Reggie Jackson left-handed, each time with a man aboard. And the Yankees take the lead 4-3, and we're having a blizzard of paper here in left field, right field, and a momentary halt as Davy Lopes comes in to settle down his pitcher, Burt Hooton. I've said it before, when that knuckle curve doesn't break, it's a gone goose. And now the big guy who hit the first 2-run homer for the Yanks, Chris Chambliss. Ross?
The Yankees ahead for the first time tonight on Reggie Jackson's 3rd home run of this World Series. Here's Chambliss, knuckle curve for a called strike. Reggie Jackson with 2 more runs scored tonight. Remember, he walked and came across in front of Chambliss's homer. Jackson has scored 8 runs in the last 4 games, 2 per contest. Pitch by Hooton is low in the dirt to Chambliss for a ball, 1-1. So Jackson has scored 8 of the Yankees' 22 runs in this series. And it's 4-3 New York on a couple of 2-run homers by a pair of left-handed sluggers, Chambliss and Jackson. Chambliss takes low, ball 2, 2-1. Elias Sosa throwing again in the Dodger bullpen, and here comes Tommy Lasorda. When Jackson's ball wound up in the lower deck in right field, Steve Yeager had gone out in front of the plate, and he signaled to the bench, and he signaled as if to say he's lost it. He doesn't have much on it. And now Lasorda going out to talk to Hooton, and when Lasorda goes out, he's the man who usually brings the hook with him. Sosa had thrown earlier in the ball game, and now let's see whether Lasorda decides the Yankees pitcher. There is no tomorrow for Los Angeles. The Yankees have an opportunity to make some gambles tonight, knowing that it would be a 7th game tomorrow, but not so for the Dodgers.
And once again, Ross, it's the person of Reggie Jackson. Reggie had been a thorn in Los Angeles' side when it was an Oakland A World Series, as you might remember. That one went 5 games. In that series, it was Holtzman, Hunter, and Jackson of this current Yankee squad. And Tom Lasorda has had enough of a talk with Burt Hooton. He's called for a relief pitcher to come in. I presume it will be Sosa. Sosa, who pitched a couple of strong relief innings here against the Yankees. He didn't do that well against the Phillies. In 1 inning, he gave up 2 hits. And you recall a balk in the game, the second game, that the Dodgers lost. But thereafter, Sosa has been the kind of relief pitcher you need. He's not allowed anything. Of course, the Yankee crowd, invigorated by Reggie Jackson's line drive blast to right field, likely about 340 feet. 2 big blows for the Yankees have put them on top. After Jackson walked into second, Chris Chambliss put it into the Babe Ruth porch. And then in the 4th inning, after Captain Munson did what he's done in every World Series game he's played in, whacked a safe hit to left field, Reggie Jackson came up, and loving the limelight as he does, he has the ability, the verve, and the jazz to come to it when it's necessary. He put it into the porch and gave the Yanks the 4-3 lead. Well, most baseball fans are all-around sports fans, and CBS Radio Sports, of course, knows that and includes you in all our thinking. This postseason football, that's the Fiesta, Sun, and Cotton Bowls, the NFC Championship game, and the Super Bowl game. And for golf fans, there's the Masters, the Triple Crown for the horse racing buffs. Oh, hey, the Washington, D.C. International, too, on November 5th. And the U.S. Open Tennis Championship, of course. And next summer, all the big ones. the playoffs, the World Series. Sure. Plenty of sports, all here on many of these CBS radio network stations.
One 27-year-old right-hander replaces another. Elias Sosa, out of the Dominican Republic, comes on for the Dodgers. Sosa has not seen service in this World Series since 6 nights ago. He came in Game 1, you might recall, in the 8th inning, with the Yankees leading 3-2, and the bases loaded, and 1 out. And Sosa proceeded to strike out Lou Piniella and get Bucky Dent to bounce into a fielder's choice. Those were the only 2 men he faced. Yankees saw the Dodgers tie it in the 9th on Lee Lacy's pinch single off Sparky Lyle, but New York came back to win in 12. So it's been a while since Sosa has worked. Elias, who throws a good breaking ball, good slider, finished 3rd among National League relievers this year in earned run average. By year's end, he had dropped that ERA down to 1.97.
And Rossi comes in to pitch to Chambliss with the count 2 balls and 1 strike.
So Chambliss technically belongs to Burt Hooton. Nobody out, nobody on. 2 runs over for the Yankees in the 4th inning on Reggie Jackson's 3rd home run of the series. So both Reggies, Jackson of the Yankees and Smith of the Dodgers, have clubbed 3 home runs here in this year's series. 4-3 New York. Here's Sosa's pitch to Chambliss. Outside ball 3, 3-1. Greg Nettles on deck. Lou Piniella to follow. For the first time this evening, the Yankees are ahead, 4-3. Sosa to the windup. The 3-1 pitch. Popped up on the left side. Russell going out in shallow left. Baker coming in. Russell calling. Ball drops. On the way to second, Chambliss, and he'll make it. Baker and Russell got messed up on their communications. They both lost their caps going for it. It looked like Russell was going to get it. And at the last second, Bill shied away, and Dusty couldn't get there. And just like that, Chambliss goes into second base. And I guess it'll have to be a gift double. Nobody touched it.
That should have been an easy catch for Baker. We could see that as Russell was angling over, it was going to be a real tough play for him. He actually overran the ball. And Baker had to hold off. He could have taken it easily. And a little crack in the Dodger composure now.
So it's a double for Chambliss. He's out at second base with his 2nd extra base hit of the game. And here's Greg Nettles, who grounded out to Garvey his first time up. Sosa ready, the pitch. Sinker low for a ball, 1-0. Sosa calls time. He wants to talk to Yeager. It might also be, Wynn, that the noise of the crowd drowned out either Baker or Russell calling for the ball and led to that boo-boo.
Well, but Baker had it in front of him all the way.
It was Baker's play. He should have made the play, although he had a long run.
Well, you remember earlier, Nettles, with all that range he has, outdid himself, got in front of a ball that Dent could have handled. It's just the tension and the desire to do all out, to overdo occasionally in a World Series game.
Big balloon came out of the stands onto the field, so Dick Hauser came down from 3rd and stepped on it. Bobby Cox coaching at 1st for New York. Sosa at the belt. Nettles waiting 1-0. Chambliss away from second, nobody out. The pitch. Outside, ball 2, 2-0.
Nettles is a very dangerous threat in Yankee Stadium, although you can't prove it by his play in this World Series. He has not really hit a hard ball.
Nettles and Willie Randolph were named today to the Sporting News All-Star team for this year, along with Steve Garvey of the Dodgers. Sosa's 2-0 pitch is a ground ball to second. That'll get the runner over. Lopes fields it, throws out Nettles, but Chambliss goes to 3rd, 1 away. Lou Piniella coming up. He flied out to right field his first time up. The Dodgers trailing by a run. Don't want to give up any more, so they bring the infield in here in the 4th inning with Chambliss over at 3rd. And that could be a big run in this ball game, and it could be a gift if New York can cash it in.
And I might say, Ross, for an infield to come in on Piniella, he is the best bat mechanic, with the possible exception of Thurman Munson on this Yankees squad. He can place the ball as though we're on top of a pool table.
Sosa will work out of a stretch to Piniella, who is 0 for 8 the last few games. Sosa ready. The pitch. Grounded foul over toward the Dodger dugout. 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Yankees. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. We're in the last of the 4th. Los Angeles got 2 in the 1st. New York came back with 2 in the 2nd. Los Angeles got 1 in the 3rd. New York has 2 in here in the 4th inning. And we've had 3 home runs, 2 for the Yankees. Piniella waiting. No balls and 1 strike. Shamlis off the bag at 3rd. Here is Sosa's pitch. Inside and low, 1-1. Shortstop Bucky Dent is next. So the Dodgers and Sosa will be careful with Piniella, who hit .330 during the regular season. Remember, we told you Sosa struck out Piniella the other time he faced him here in the series. He'd like a strikeout now. The stretch. The 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball line, left field and deep. Baker going back, he'll catch it, but Shamlis will score after the catch, and the Yankees lead 5-3. For Piniella, his 3rd RBI of the series, and the Yankees cash in a Dodger mistake for the 3rd run of the frame. That should have been the 3rd out, and Sosa and the Dodgers should have been back on the bench, trailing only 4-3. But because of the misplay in left field, the Yankees add another. Here's Bucky Dent with 2 out and nobody on. Dent grounded out the 2nd his first time up, checks his swing and didn't go around, according to first base umpire Nestor Shylock, on an appeal by plate umpire John McSherry. Yankees 5, Dodgers 3, bottom of the 4th. The next one to Dent. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. When the Dodgers bat in the 5th, they'll have the top of the lineup: Lopes, Russell, and Smith. It's the first time tonight the Dodgers have found themselves behind. Sosa, no wind-up delivery. Inside the Dent, ball 3, 3-0. The Dodgers have out-hit the Yankees 5-4, but the Yankees have a couple of 2-run homers and a gift double, which they just cashed in for another run. Sosa winds, a pitch to Dent, called strike. Scoreboard shows it 2-2, but it's actually 3-1 since the first pitch was a ball. McSherry trying to get the scoreboard's attention. Well, he got the 3-2. They're still a little off. Sosa's next pitch, breaking ball hammered foul down the left field side. So now it's 3-2 to Bucky Dent.
The ball boy down the 3rd baseline made a beautiful play on that one. Reached across his body and got it backhanded. And the Yankees have done it both ways this round. Power, and then inch him along and fly out to the field and get him in.
Full count pitch on the way from Sosa to Dent. Inside, ball 4. That's the 2nd walk by Dodger pitcher. Hooton walked Reggie Jackson in the 2nd inning, and it cost him when Chris Chambliss followed with a home run. Here comes Mike Torrez up, and he becomes the 7th man to bat in the New York 4th inning.
But to be perfectly honest and fair to Hooton, he did not walk him in the 4th inning, and it cost him. More costly in the 4th inning because Jackson put it into the stands with Munson on first, and that put the Yankees ahead 4-3. Then the foozle in left field, the ground ball, and the sacrifice fly has made it 5-3.
Mike Torrez went down swinging in the 3rd inning. He's 0 for 4 in the series. Sosa out of the stretch. The pitch got the outside corner for a strike. Mike Torrez, one of 8 children from a Mexican-American family which lives in Topeka, Kansas. His dad worked for the railroad out there. Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. There's a bouncer out to the left side. Bill Russell's got it. They'll make the long throw to Garvey, and they get Torrez. But New York goes in front with 3 runs on 3 hits and 1 left. At the end of 4 innings in Game 6, Yankees 5, Dodgers 3.
As you listen to the game today, whether you're rooting for the Yankees or the Dodgers, here's something new I know all of you out there can cheer. New Mellow Roast Coffee and Grain Beverage. Mellow Roast Coffee and Grain Beverage. Mellow Roast starts with 3 kinds of rich, robust coffees, then blends in roasted grain to take away the bitter edge, so you enjoy full-flavored coffee taste without the bitterness. With the new Mellow Roast, everybody comes out a winner. Pick up some Mellow Roast at your supermarket today. It's new from General Foods.
And now a commercial from the makers of Bayer aspirin.
In Washington, the Food and Drug Administration released important news about aspirin and aspirin substitutes. The news release reports that a panel of medical experts, in one of their findings, found no basis for the claim that aspirin substitutes are safer than aspirin.
That's right. Aspirin substitutes were not found safer than aspirin. When you want relief, get Bayer aspirin. Bayer has relieved more pain than any medication in history. Use only as directed.
Okay, the Dodgers come to bat in the top of the fifth. They went into the bottom of the fourth, leading by a run. Now they trailed by 2. And the guy out in right field who does everything is picking up papers now. Reggie Jackson, number 44. He seems to need adversity. He seems to need turmoil to bring out the best in him. He was a part of the Huff and Puff Oakland A's. He's been in the midst of all the misunderstandings that have been here in Yankee Stadium in this year of '77. Remember the near fisticuffs with his manager in the Boston dugout? The various magazine articles. Jackson seems to have a genius for saying something 2 months before it comes out in print. By the time it comes out in print, he wishes he hadn't said it, and maybe he didn't mean it. But this club, remember the old pinstripe Yankees? This year it's been the pinstripe Yankees. Nevertheless, here they are through 4 innings, leading the Dodgers 5-3 in what could be the last game of the series, Ross.
Yankee manager Billy Martin was given a nice bonus today by the Yankee front office. Of course, he has a couple of more years on his present contract. So they, in effect, gave him a vote of confidence, and Martin will be back next year. Davey Lopes leads off in the Dodger fifth, runs up the bunt and takes low for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Lopes has bounced out twice tonight, to Dent in the first inning and back to Torrez in the third. Davey's been on base 5 times in the last 2 games in Los Angeles, including a home run and a triple. Torres's pitch, low ball 2-0. Yankees leading now by 2 runs as we go to the 5th inning. Lopes steps out and looks down to Gomez at third. They're not together yet on their signs. Gomez has a different set of signs for each Dodger player. 2-0 pitch. Popped up on the left side. Bucky Dent going out. Lou Piniella coming in. Same play that the Dodgers had. This time the Yankees make it work, though, and Piniella has it. One away for Bill Russell, who's been a victim of 2 infield grounders tonight. 1 to second, 1 to short. Mike Torrez never played high school baseball out in Topeka. He played American Legion ball. And in 17, he signed with the Cardinals for a $20,000 bonus. Russell takes inside. Mike later went to Montreal from St. Louis. Then Oakland. Now to the Yankees. Pitch low to Russell for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. And that brings Billy Martin on the run out of the Yankee dugout.
And it brings Sparky Lyle to his feet in the Yankee bullpen. And incidentally, Ross, Mike Torrez has not signed a Yankee contract. He says they have not offered him one that's sweet enough. And here he conceivably could win 2 of the necessary 4 in the series and not be a member of the Yankees next year or evermore.
Martin's had his say. He's back down the steps of the dugout, and Torres ready to go to work to Russell. 2 balls and no strikes. Reggie Smith on deck. Torres winds with the pitch. That misses outside. Ball 3, 3-0. Torres has allowed 5 hits. He's walked 1. He's struck out 3. He's leading for the first time, 5-3. 3-0 pitch to Russell, who's taking, and it's inside. Ball 4. So the second walk given up by Torres. He walked Say in the first inning, and the Dodgers made that pay off for 2 runs when Garvey followed with a 2-run triple down the right field line. Reggie Smith hammered his 3rd home run of the series with 2 out in the 3rd inning and nobody aboard. That gave the Dodgers a short-lived 3-2 lead. Yankees got 3 in the 4th. Ground ball to short. Dent's got it over to Randolph for 1. Back to first. Double play. A tailor-made 1-hopper to Bucky Dent near the bag at second. He turns it into a 6-4-3 twin killing. The Dodgers are gone in the 5th, and at the end of 4.5 in Game 6. Yankees 5, Dodgers 3.
If you buy unleaded gasoline, you may have noticed that lead isn't the only thing missing. It's probably pretty low on performance, too. That's because most unleadeds just don't have a high enough octane rating to give you the performance you want, the performance you used to get from your regular. In fact, according to standards set by the American Society for Testing and Materials, the people who set gasoline standards used by the federal and state governments, very few unleaded gasolines have a high enough octane to be called regular. To help you choose between them, one usually sells for less. Getty. Getty Unleaded Regular gives you the clean running engine you expect from an unleaded, plus the octane performance you want. And you pay less than you would for most other major unleadeds. Now think a minute. Why settle for an unleaded gasoline that's below regular when you can get one that's regular? Getty Unleaded Regular. Once again, we've got what's best for your car.
You're not a championship team, as the Dodgers have been in their play in the National League, and not have the ability to come back. There is one fact, however. They won it so easy, so quickly. Well, their mettle is certainly going to be tested now. And we're going to find out, Ross, what goes in the last of the fifth.
The double play by the Yankees was their first of the series. The Dodgers had the other four. But that one was tailor-made. Dent to Randolph to Chambliss on the hot smash on one hop by Smith. Mickey Rivers, Willie Randolph, and then Thurman Munson here in the New York fifth inning. 5-3 Yankees. Elias Sosa in his second inning of work goes to the windup of the pitch, and the ground ball up the middle, base hit. Mundy hurries in to get the ball. Rivers a long turnaround first. He'll hold on. So Rivers ends his 0 for 9 slump with his fifth hit of the series, and that is 26th at bat. And the Yankees have evened the hit totals at 5 apiece. 2 hits off Sosa. The other one was a blooper into left field, and Baker and Russell couldn't get together on it. It dropped. That led to a Yankee run, the third of the fourth inning. Here's Randolph, who's 0 for 2. Sosa flips the ball over to Garvey, and Rivers back on the bag. The Dodgers notched 33 come from behind victories during the year. They'll have to do it tonight if they're to stay alive. Another throw to first base, and Rivers back in time. Yankees trying to win a world championship for the first time since 1962. The last time a New York team was a world champion was 8 years ago when the 1969 Mets did it. Dodgers haven't won one in a dozen years. Way back in 1965, they beat Minnesota in 7. Sosa ready, looks at Rivers. The pitch to Randolph, around the bunt, takes a called strike. 0-1.
And everybody on the baseball field in motion. Lopes towards first. The shortstop to cover the middle of the diamond. Say in.
Randolph fighting the slump at the moment. He's had 1 hit in his last 16 at-bats in this series. 4 for 23 overall. Sosa again to first base. Rivers back. Ross Porter and Win Elliott from Yankee Stadium, New York. Game 6 of the World Series. Yankees 5, Dodgers 3. New York trying to wrap it up tonight. Sosa ready. The pitch to Randolph. Around a bunt, does bunt. Yeager's got it. He's going to second base. To Russell. In time. They get the force on Rivers. The throw is on the right field side of the bag, but Russell kept his foot on it long enough, according to National League umpire Ed Sudol. And so they get the lead man, Rivers, and Randolph aboard on a fielder's choice. And that's about the 3rd time in this series when we've seen a Dodger catcher, the other 2 times being Jerry Grody, take a bunt and turn it into an out at second.
This was a little more difficult. On the bunts that Jerry Grody handled, they jumped right into his right hand, and he didn't have to waste any time. But this one, Yeager had to go out and gobble. And there was a question as to whether his throw, well, it was good enough. It didn't draw him off the base that quickly, and so they erased Rivers, but Randolph on first now is himself very fast.
Thurman Munson, an outstanding World Series hitter over the last 2 years, got his 17th hit in 2 years of series competition here tonight. And first thing Munson does is ask plate umpire John McSherry to look at the baseball Elias Sosa is using, and McSherry throws it out.
Had nothing to do with Sosa regardless. Thurman Munson asked for that ball to be looked at as a matter of habit.
Munson hitting .410 in the 1976 and 1977 World Series. 9 for 17 last year. Now 8 for 23 this year. 1 on, 1 out. Sosa stretches. The pitch to Thurman, a pitch out. Nothing in the works. Munson is shortened up. But it's ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Left-hander Doug Rao begins to throw in the Dodger bullpen. He pitched 1 inning plus in Game 4 in Los Angeles on Saturday. 5-3 New York. Bottom of the 5th inning. Willie Randolph leads away from first with 1 away. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Thurman Munson. Breaking ball low, ball 2, 2-0. The Yankees tonight trying to make it 7 World Series championships over the Dodgers in their 9 meetings. Dodgers beat them only in 1955 while in Brooklyn and in 1963 in Los Angeles. Sosa ready again. Good lead by Randolph, and deciding to go after him, Sosa tosses over to Garvey, too late.
This is a vital part of the game because the Dodgers trail by a not insurmountable 2 runs. But to let the scrappy Yankees get any more ahead of you would be a debilitating feeling.
Now the stretch by Sosa. Munson waiting. 2-0. The pitch. Broken bat looper to center field. Monday coming up. He's got it. Randolph had gone 2/3 of the way, and he draws a throw at first base, but it gets back. So Munson cracked the bat and flied out to Monday, and Thurman shaking his head as he goes back down the steps of the dugout. 2 away, and here's Reggie Jackson, who has walked, homered, and scored 2 of the Yankee 5 runs. And Jackson now, in World Series history, has 20 base hits and a .328 career average in the series. 1973, 1974, and this year. And his home run tonight was his 5th World Series home run. He now has 12 runs batted in and 14 runs scored. So when they start playing for the money, Reggie gets ready. Sosa again, a flip over to first base, and Randolph back. 2 out, a runner at first for New York in the bottom of the 5th. The Yankees 5, the Dodgers 3. When the Dodgers hit in the 6th, they'll send up Ron Say, Steve Garvey, and Dusty Baker. Sosa set. The pitch. Drive to right field and deep. Way back. Going, gone. Another home run for Reggie Jackson. And the Yankees lead 7-3.
Lasorda is out to talk to his pitcher. And what can you say about Reggie Jackson? His 2nd home run of the game. He was walked his first time up, which now, as a matter of hindsight, proves to be the best way to pitch to him. However, it backfired in that 2nd inning when Chris Chambliss, right after him, hit the ball into the right field porch. In the 4th inning, Thurman Munson slashed a single to left field, and the Dodger pitching staff at that point, Burt Hooton, made a mistake and pitched to Jackson. And he hit a line drive some 15 feet high, about 340 feet into the right field stands. That gave the Yankees a 4-3 lead and unsettled the Dodgers to the point that on the next play, Chris Chambliss hoisted a high fly to left field. Russell and Baker got confused and let the ball drop. Chambliss was advanced to 3rd, a ground ball to the right side, and then Lou Piniella, a long fly to left field, brought him home. When the Dodgers went down docilely in their half of the 5th, Mickey Rivers grounded a single into center field. He was forced at 2nd as Willie Randolph attempted to bunt him along. Thurman Munson hit a liner, a soft one, a broken bat soft liner to center field, and then Reggie Jackson hit an almost duplicate blow. I was going to say an exact duplicate. That would be redundant. But our 2 home runs redundant when you do the same thing twice. with the same result. A line drive to right field, about 15 feet high. 2 more runs, and the Yankees now lead it 7-3 in the 6th, possibly deciding final game of the 1977 World Series.
In the first 5 games of the series win, the Yankees had hit 4 home runs, 2 of those by Reggie Jackson. And here tonight, they clout 3 home runs in 5 innings, and Jackson has 2 of those. And as I look at the World Series record book, I believe that's a new record. Reggie Jackson's 4 home runs in a 6-game series. Babe Ruth had hit 3 home runs in a 6-game series in 1923. Ted Kluszewski had hit 3 for the White Sox in 1959. And Reggie Smith had hit his 3rd here tonight. But the 2 by Reggie Jackson, giving him 4. And if it's all over tonight, that would be a new World Series record. In fact, 4 is also the 7-game series record. So for a 6-game series, this would be it if it's over tonight. Doug Rowell picks up for Elias Sosa as the Yankees double their lead, and now it is 7-3 with 2 more here in the 5th inning. And the long ball has propelled New York to that margin. Chris Chambliss hit the first home run for the Yankees. That came in the 2nd inning with Jackson aboard and wiped out the Dodgers' early 2-0 lead. Chambliss up again. He's had a double in addition to his home run. So 3 home runs and a double, accounting for 4 of the 6 hits for the Yankees, and Rowell sends one inside off the chest of Chris Chambliss for a ball. 2 out, 2 over, 7-3 New York in the 5th. Rowell's pitch, low, ball 2, 2-0.
And anything you might say about Reggie Jackson that we have neglected to say up to now, it isn't necessary to say.
2 balls and no strikes to Chambliss. The pitch by Rowell gets the outside corner for a strike. Reggie now with 3 runs tonight. That gives him 9 runs in this 6-game series. He has been on base, and the Yankees have brought him around. Breaking ball hammered on 1 hop to Garvey behind the bag at first, and he'll take care of Chambliss. But the Yankees get 2 more runs on 2 hits. And at the end of 5 innings in Game 6, Yankees 7, Dodgers 3.
Whatever your occupation, here's something you should know about financing a new car or truck. If you're a teacher, farmer, or have any occupation with an unusual or seasonal pay schedule, you may encounter some problems when it comes to financing. Well, not with us. We're the Ford Motor Credit Company. We finance all Ford and Lincoln Mercury products, and we give special consideration to people who have unusual pay schedules. In fact, we'll try to work out a payment plan tailored just for you. So remember us when you buy a Ford, Mercury, or Lincoln car, Ford truck, tractor, or recreational vehicle. Ford Credit. We're as close as your neighborhood Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer.
When you're buying or leasing a new car or truck, Ford Credit wants to give you credit for being you.
This time of the year, you often hear baseball fans saying, wait till next year. And while your favorite team is planning for that, you ought to order season tickets, because now is the best time and the best locations are available for your family or your business. So if you missed any of baseball's excitement this past season, act now and ensure choice seats for all the fun of 1978. And you'll find yourself saying, I just can't wait till next year. The preceding was brought to you on behalf of Major League Baseball. When Reggie Jackson ambled out to right field, his porch crowd rose in unison and greeted him. He took off his hat, and that was the signal for the first base side, just to the right of home plate and home plate. He got half the ballpark greeting him as he lifted his cap. This has been Reggie Jackson's night, and oh, how he must love it.
We go to the 6th inning at Yankee Stadium. New York 7, Los Angeles 3, and Ron Cey leads off for the Dodgers. He has walked and singled. Torres' first pitch is low for a ball, 1-0. The Dodgers have had runners in 4 of their first 5 at-bats. Only in the 2nd inning was Torres able to get them in order. There's ball 2, high to say, 2-0. 3 Yankee home runs, 2 by Reggie Jackson and 1 by Chris Chambliss, and the Yankees leading by 4. Say takes ball 3, high, 3-0. Billy Martin had Sparky Lyle up earlier, and he's going back to the bullpen now to get somebody else up and throwing. And it looks like Sparky again. The 3-0 pitch to Ron Say, a called strike, 3-1. Babe Ruth one time hit 3 home runs in a series game. In fact, he did it twice. There's a strike called to Ron Say at the knees, 3-2. Ruth hit 3 home runs in a game in 1926, and again 3 in 1928 one night, or one day at that time. 3-2 pitch, got Say swinging. So Mike Torrez fell behind 3-0, and then fanned Ron Say.
That was Mike's 4th strikeout of the night, and you can just see him swelling to his task with the help of those long blows that have put him 4 runs ahead. He's really on his game now.
Steve Garvey tripled in the Dodgers' first 2 runs in the opening inning. He flied to center, a deep drive his last time up. Garvey bunts, but it's foul back into the stands. So Garvey, who likes to lay the ball down and is a very adept bunter, popped that one back into the seats, and it's 0-1. Reggie Jackson's 9 runs in the 6 games would also be a new World Series record. Babe Ruth and somebody named Alvin Powell had 8 runs each in 2 6-game series. Ruth and Gehrig in separate years had 9 runs scored in only 4 games. That's hard to do.
Murderer's row.
The 0-1 pitch to Garvey. Popped up in the right field. Jackson coming up for it. Waiting. He's there now. He's got it 2 away. The Dodgers are down to their last 10 outs. Trailing 7-3 in the 6th inning. Here's Dusty Baker, who's been called out on strikes and flied to right field.
I remember a game in Philadelphia where they were down to their last out.
And 2 runs behind with nobody on base in the 9th inning. There's a called strike to Baker. So Torrez, whose adrenaline pumping, as Wynn said, because of the Yankee offense, goes to work to Baker again. There's a drive to left field. Piniella going back for it. At the warning track, he'll have a play. Waiting. He got it. Baker out on a long fly to left. Torrez gets the Dodgers in order in the 6th. And at the end of 5.5 innings, Yankees 7, Dodgers 3.
The words you are about to hear should always be thought of together. Indigestion. Pepto-Bismol.
Indigestion.
Pepto-Bismol.
Indigestion.
Pepto-Bismol. It coats, soothes, relieves. For occasional use only as directed.
Now a brief update from CBS News.
This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Powerful explosions wrecked 3 showrooms for German-made automobiles in 2 northern Italian cities during the night. Anonymous callers said the bombs were planted in memory of 3 West German anarchists whose deaths in prison were announced on Tuesday. UN Secretary General Waldheim says there's a move to give immediate attention by the world body to the problem of terrorism and hostage-taking. That in reply to world airline pilots who are threatening to strike unless the UN acts to stop this type of violence. House and Senate conferees this afternoon opened a meeting to try to come up with a compromise energy bill. The effort met an immediate impasse, and the lawmakers will try again tomorrow. The House today approved funds to prevent the closing of small-town post offices and to keep the Saturday delivery of mail. Now back to the World Series game in New York. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
7-3 Yankees, last half of the 6th inning, and the Yankee who had more home runs than anybody during the regular season, the 3rd baseman Greg Nettles, who just made All-Star 3rd baseman today. He's coming up against Doug Rauch.
Nettles has hit a couple of ground balls to the right side tonight, 1 to Garvey, 1 to Lopes. 7 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Yankees, including 3 home runs. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. 1 home run. Breaking ball from Rauch for a called strike to Nettles. Rao, who worked the inning on Saturday, goes to the windup, and the pitch is swung on a miss by Nettles. Strike 2, 0-2. The Dodgers scouting report said jam Reggie Jackson with hard stuff, a lot of fastballs. Well, it appeared tonight that both times Jackson hit fastballs and hit them over the wall in right field for home runs. Next pitch to Nettles is outside, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rao ready again, the 1-2 pitch. Grounded foul toward the Yankee dugout over on the first base side. Dodgers led 2-0. Yankees caught them. Dodgers led 3-2. Yankees went ahead 5-3 and 7-3. And that's where we are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nettles waiting. Doug Rao winds, and the 1-2 pitch got him swinging on a hard fastball inside. It's the second strikeout by the 3 Dodger pitchers. Hooton had struck out Mike Torrez. Here's Lou Piniella. Piniella 0 for 1 tonight. A sacrifice fly his last time up after a pop fly to right. But Piniella made a defensive play in this ball game in the 4th inning, which really helped the Yankees out. They were trailing at the time 3-2. Piniella hits a foul out of play along the right field line back into the second deck. With Monday at first and 1 out in the Dodger 4th, Yeager hit a smash off the box seats halfway down the left field line, but it ricocheted back to Piniella. Monday went to 3rd, but Piniella went after Yeager and nipped him at 2nd. And the Dodgers' potential big inning was thwarted. Pitches inside to Piniella for a ball, 1-1. Texan delivers. There's a drive by Piniella to center field. Monday turns, goes back. He's there now in front of the warning track to make the catch. 2 away. Bucky Dent has bounced out and walked tonight.
I don't imagine it'll make the Dodger rooters feel any better, but Baker's fly ball to left field that ended the previous half for the Dodgers would have been a home run in right field. That Piniella smash, had it gone to right field instead of center, it would have been a home run.
Dent waits for Rao's pitch, which is high and away for a ball, 1-0. When the Dodgers bat in the 7th inning, they'll send up Rick Monday, Steve Yeager, and a hitter for Doug Rao. So the Dodgers have somebody else up in the bullpen in right field. It looks like Charlie Huff. Dent sends a fly ball down the left field line. That's going to be foul. Baker coming over, and it'll go back out of play.
Ross, it is Huff.
1 ball and 1 strike to Bucky Dent. Charlie Huff pitched well in Los Angeles in game 3 of the series when he took over from Tommy John and pitched 3 hitless innings. Or he gave up 1 hit, no runs in 3 innings. Dent waits for Rao's 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2, 1-2. The Dodgers have been in an incredible amount of their games this year. They've been out of contention in only 6 of the 171 games they have played. There's a ball low in the dirt to Dent, 2-2. So when they are behind by 4 runs, it's very unusual. They were routed one day in Pittsburgh this year, 11-4. Lost a couple of other games by 5 runs or 6. There's a ground ball to the left side. Russell comes in, gloves it, one-handed, throws. In time, just in time. Garvey had to dig it out on a hop, and they get Bucky Dent. Yankees go in order, but at the end of 6, in game 6, New York 7, Los Angeles 3.
I was really up in the air about what kind of a car to buy. I wanted a compact for the economy and maneuverability, but I wanted a car with luxury, too. Well, I not only got one, I got it for a lot less than I expected, because now I drive a 1978 AMC Concorde DL 2-door sedan. The Concorde DL is an all-new model this year, and it's a beauty. It has a Landau vinyl roof with opera windows, crushed velour interior with individual reclining seats, white wall tires with color-keyed wheel covers, wood-grained instrument panel, and a lot more, all standard. Sure, other compacts offer those features, but why pay extra when you can get them all standard? That's not all. I also get the protection of AMC's Buyer Protection Plan and Concorde DL's Smooth, Quiet Ride. I guess Concorde DL is exactly what they say. The luxury Americans want, the size America needs.
See the new Concord DL now at your nearby AMC dealers.
Let's pause 5 seconds for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
WCBS, New York.
And so we go to the top of the 7th with the Dodgers trailing before, but let's remind ourselves that the Yankees' 4 runs that they lead by were swift in coming. Reggie Jackson, a home run in the 3rd and another one in the 4th, each time with a man aboard. A miscue by the Dodgers, although it won't go as an error, and a sacrifice fly, and that's how the Yankees are in the lead. So with one swing of the bat, the complexion can turn immediately. We go to the top of the 7th. Had this been Los Angeles, it would be followed by 2 choruses, "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." Let's see how the Dodgers react in the 7th inning.
Rick Monday will lead off for the Dodgers. He has bounced out in single tonight. Monday 2 for 9 in the series. Now 1 for 6 against Mike Torrez. The first one to Monday, a ground ball to the right side. Willie Randolph plugs the gap, fields it, throws to Chambliss, 1 away. So the Dodgers first ball hitting frequently tonight against Mike Torrez. And Monday makes the first out of the 7th inning. Steve Yeager got the last Dodger hit. That was the ball that he shot off the box seats on a hop along the left field line in the 4th inning, and then was thrown out on a great peg by Lou Piniella to second base. Since then, the Dodgers have had only one runner, Russell, who walked in the 5th and was doubled up on Smith's ground ball. Yeager swings and misses.
Again, the first ball, but in all honesty, Mike has only walked 2 people tonight.
Torrez is fan 4. He's allowed 5 hits. He's leading 7-3 in the 7th inning. The next one to the Dodger catcher is low for a ball, 1-1. The Dodgers, to show you what they've done, have surrendered 7 or more runs now in 24 games this year. And before tonight, they had lost 19 of the other 23 when they gave up that many. Ground ball right back to the pitcher. Torrez grabs it and throws out Yeager. So that's twice tonight that Torrez has helped himself with the glove. He got loped in the 3rd inning, and now Yeager for the 2nd out in the 7th. And the Dodgers are down to their last 7 outs as Ed Goodson comes out to hit for Doug Rao.
I don't know whether Billy senses that Torrez is tiring or lost his stuff. He's had Sparky Lyle up in the bullpen, and now Billy is out at the pitcher's mound discussing Torrez both with Mike and catcher Thurman Munson, and the 3rd baseman Greg Nettles is over there. I suspect Billy's not going to take the slightest bit of chance. He's back to the dugout. Lyle is still working in the bullpen, and Mike Torrez is still on the mound.
Ed Goodson, a left-handed hitter, used as a pinch hitter by the Dodgers this year, takes a called strike from Mike Torrez. This is the first time Goodson has batted in the World Series. The next one from Torrez is a ground ball foul up along first base, and so quickly Torrez jumps ahead, 0-2 to Ed Goodson. Seven to 3 Yankees in the 7th inning of Game 6. Torrez's pitch, low for a ball, 1-2 to Goodson. Two out, nobody aboard. Torrez ready. The 1-2 pitch, got him swinging. Torrez has now retired the last 7 Dodgers to face him since the walk to Russell. And at the end of 6.5 innings in Game 6, Yankees 7, Dodgers 3.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your call to contact.
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacks. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your call to contact.
Take only as directed.
So the New York Yankee Stadium crowd taking a leaf from the songbook of the Los Angeles fans is now doing Take Me Out to the Ball Game themselves. A little disorganized, somewhat cacophonous, in fact, and no substitution of it's go, go, go the Yankees. Let's take this moment while we may to recognize and to thank all the folks who've helped in this broadcast. That means the secretaries, operations personnel, the technical people, both in New York and Los Angeles. Boy, you've been so much help to Ross and Bill and Mr. Kiner and Mr. Coleman out there in San Diego. We want to thank you. We're proud of your efforts, and we want everybody to know you. Thanks again, boys and girls. We're down to the last half of the seventh, and there's kind of a holiday spirit. Now, I don't know whether it's premature. You've seen any number of ball games blow up in the 8th inning and the 9th inning, but right now, you're going to have a hard time convincing the Yankee fans here that their Yankees are not going to be the world's champions in 1977. Right now, they hold a lead of 7-3, and they're going to face a new Dodger pitcher, Charlie Huff, the knuckleball specialist. The Dodgers got out front in the first inning, bang, bang, 2-0. But the Yanks came back in the second inning. A 2-run Chris Chambliss home run tied it up. Then Reggie Smith hit one into the right field porch in the third inning to give the Dodgers a 3-2 lead, but that was the last time. Reggie Jackson, a 2-run homer in the fourth inning. A misplay in left field and eventually a sacrifice fly made it another run in that fifth inning, or rather the fourth inning for the Yankees. And then, would you believe it, again, a 2-run home run by Reggie Jackson in the fifth inning. And we are now where we are, 7-3, New York Yankees, last half of the seventh. And the big guy from Topeka, Kansas, already 9 innings, a winner, bids fair to go the route again, Mike Torrez.
Torrez gets a standing ovation as he comes to the plate to lead off for New York at the bottom of the 7th inning. He'll face knuckleballer Charlie Huff. Torrez has struck out and bounced out tonight. Mike taps one foul behind the plate. Huff, in his 3 scoreless innings of relief in Los Angeles in Game 3 Friday night, allowed only a base hit, a single to Mickey Rivers in the 9th inning. Torrez holds up on a knuckleball outside, 1-1. Huff, this year for the Dodgers, won 6 games, saved 22 others. He was instrumental in the Dodgers' fast getaway in April and May. 1-1 pitch. Knuckleball swung on a miss. Strike 2, 1-2. Reggie Jackson was the most valuable player of the 1973 World Series, and he might very well be the MVP in 1977, the way things are going. Torrez swings and misses, striking out on a dancer from Charlie Huff. But the fans applaud him anyway as he goes back to take a seat.
Mike, if Reggie isn't the guy who's going back to the dugout, Mike Torrez, who bids fair to have pitched 2 and 1-2 complete games without a contract. It's going to be pretty hard to talk to Mike after this is over, as he hasn't signed, and he is a 2-game winner in the series. Wow.
And he's led the Yankee staff in victories, winning with 17. Rivers takes a knuckleball outside. The ball bounces behind the plate, 1-0. Torrez, of course, also had the most starts for the Yankees this year, the most complete games with 17, the most innings pitched, 244. So he was a big cog in the wheel. Knuckleball from Huff is outside to Rivers, ball 2, 2-0. If you're not keeping score with us, when the Dodgers come up in the 8th, they'll have Lopes, Russell, and Smith to face Mike Torrez. Huff's 2-0 pitch. Line drive, base hit by Rivers. Into the right field corner. Smith over to get it. Rivers around first. He'll hold as Smith gets it back in a hurry. And Mickey Rivers has got his 2nd straight hit, his 6th of the series. A 1-out single here in the 7th inning. That's the Yankees' 7th hit. Dodgers have 5. Willie Randolph is 0 for 3 tonight. He tried to bunt Rivers to second base in the 5th inning. Wound up a force out at second, but Randolph scored when Reggie Jackson powered his 2nd home run of the game into the right field seats. Huff stretches. The pitch. Knuckleball. Strike. Pops out of Yeager's glove, rolls in front of the plate, but he's out to get it. 0-1. Another welcome tonight to all of our military personnel around the world. American Forces Radio. Hope you're enjoying our account. Ross Porter with Win Elliott from New York. Game 6. The Yankees trying to sew up their first World Championship since 1962. And they're 4 runs ahead in the bottom of the 7th inning. Huff throws to first. Rivers back. Rivers stole a base off Huff in the 9th inning of Game 3 after he singled, but he was left at second. Randolph taps it foul behind the plate, lunging for a knuckleball, 0-2. The Yankees don't see that many knuckleballers during the American League campaign. Of course, Wilbur Wood from the White Sox will throw that dancer up there.
You don't see much of a knuckleball anyway.
Well, the Negro boys in the National League have got it down pretty well, Joe and Phil. But you're right, there are not that many around. Randolph waiting 0-2, 1 out, 1 on, 7-3 New York. Knuckleball high and inside, and Randolph leans out of the way of it. Lance Rotson, a left-hander, begins to throw in the Dodger bullpen. Yankees trailed 2-0, caught up at 2, fell behind 3-2, led 5-3, and now 7-3. The pitch to Randolph, got him swinging. Knuckleball, wait a minute, did he foul it out of the glove? Apparently so. So Randolph's still alive. Yeager couldn't hold on to it. Chased a high knuckler, but got just enough of it on the bat to tip it off. So it's 1-2. Now the stretch by Charlie Huff. He looks at Rivers and now backs off the mound. Huff was about through as a pitcher when a scout for the Dodgers named Goldie Holt taught him how to throw the knuckleball. There's a high outside pitch. They thought maybe Rivers was going. A pitch out, and it's 2-2. Here in the 7th, Torrez struck out, but Rivers singled. Now Randolph waiting 2-2. The pitch. Knuckleball foul back off Yeager's right shoulder. The count is still even 2-2. The long ball has been the Yankee power story tonight. 2-run homer by Chambliss in the 2nd inning. 2-run homer by Jackson in the 4th. 2-run homer by Jackson in the 5th. So the 3 long shots have accounted for 6 of the 7 New York runs. There goes Rivers. Randolph bounces one to say, looks at second, but his only play is to Garvey. They get Randolph, and Rivers moves up 90 feet to second base. So by sending Rivers, the Yankees stayed out of a double play. And here's Thurman Munson coming up. Munson has a single tonight and 3 at-bats. Thurman with 8 hits in this year's series. Reggie Jackson has 8 for the Yankees in the 6 games. Steve Garvey has 8 for the Dodgers.
And you get the feeling that this stadium crowd already is consigning the games to the world's champions, and they're saluting their heroes, giving them their accolades as they come to bat.
Charlie Huff looks at Rivers, deals to Munson. The ball is tapped off of Munson's foot at the plate foul. And Yeager goes out to help his fellow catcher up. They're friends. They had dinner together in Los Angeles the other night after one of the series games. So the catcher's fraternity had a little meeting.
And Yeager's looking over to the Yankee dugout where Big Cliff Johnson, another catcher, is giving him the business. And they're both grinning at each other.
Munson digging a toe hold in from the right side. Rivers, the runner at second for the Yankees here in the bottom of the 7th inning. New York 7, Los Angeles 3. 2 out. Huff at the belt. And now balloons come out on the field, and Huff steps back. So we got a yellow balloon in front of the plate, a green balloon making its way up toward the first base bag. John McSherry goes out to get the yellow balloon. Yankee bat boy gets the green one. At least they're not throwing things tonight, Win, just balloons.
Yeah. Well, the mood's a little different.
All is well with the world right now for the Yankee fans. They're 4 runs ahead. Munson swings and misses. And a knuckleball from Huff, 0-2. He's got a good one. Charlie Huff came under a lot of criticism in Los Angeles this year, and much of it was unjust. Charlie Huff had hurt his arm, being overworked, and the fans didn't know it. And as a result, he started coming 3/4 instead over the top. There's a pitch high to Munson, 2-2. Lasorda was going to rest Huff early in July, but then Mike Garman pulled a hamstring muscle, and Garman couldn't go in the bullpen, so he had to stay with Huff, and it was then that Huff hurt the shoulder, altered his delivery, and the opposing batter started to rock him. 2-2 pitch. Swung on a miss. Ball gets away from Yeager, but not far enough, and the throw down to Garvey retires Munson after the strikeout. So no runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Huff gets 2 strikeouts, but at the end of 7 innings in Game 6, it's still the Yankees 7 and the Dodgers 3.
Mike Torrez out on the mound, warming up as we go into the top of the 8th, with Mike and his Yankees holding a 7-3 lead. Mike has occasionally struggled in this game, but whenever he had to dig down and get it, like the ball players say, he did. It cost him in the first inning. Wasn't really his fault. 2 out, a ground ball to short, mishandled by Bucky Dent, and then trouble. Steve Garvey, a triple down the line, drove in not only Reggie Smith, whose ground ball was mishandled, but young Ron Say, who had walked immediately thereafter. And the Dodgers were off and winging, but only for a half inning. Jackson up, probably intimidated Burt Hooton, took 4 straight balls, and then Chris Chambliss, a home run into the right field stands. Reggie Smith came back for the Dodgers with a homer on his own account in the 3rd inning, but thereafter, Reggie Jackson took over, a 2-run homer in the 4th, a 2-run homer in the 5th, a sacrifice fly by Piniella brought Chambliss in the previous inning, the 4th, and that's the story to the moment. 7-3 Yankees, top of the 8th inning, Ross.
Davey Lopes leads off for the Dodgers in the 8th inning, and Greg Nettles comes way in front of the bag at 3rd, looking for the bunt. Lopes 0 for 3 tonight, 0 for 7 against Torrez in the series. And the first pitch a called strike. Mike Torrez pitched 88 pitches in the first 7 innings. We told you threw 133 the last outing. Lopes a ground ball base hit up the middle to the left of Dent in the center field. So Lopes collects the Dodgers' 6th hit, and the speedy second baseman is aboard, and Billy Martin had Sparky Lyle up and throwing before Mike Torrez ever went to the mound here in the 8th inning.
Sparky has not appeared in the last 4 games, possibly the entire series.
We haven't seen him since Game 1.
Well, he did throw an inning.
He threw an inning, that's right. Garvey hit the home run off of him in the 9th inning, right, 6 days ago. Here's Russell, who's 0 for 2 plus a walk tonight. Torrez goes to first and Lopes back. Mike Torrez served up 21 pitches in the first inning, 6 in the second, 19 in the third, then 13, 9, 12, and 8. Russell takes inside on the corner for a strike, 0-1. The Dodgers need base runners. They got the big guns coming up, but they're 4 runs behind. Lopes with a leadoff single here in the Los Angeles 8th inning. Torrez is ready. The pitch to Russell. Takes outside for a ball, 1-1.
A word about Lyle. He's always maintained that he pitches best when he pitches most often. The time off he's had for Sparky is almost a sabbatical. I wonder what his touch will be like if he comes in.
The pitch to Russell. Did he go around? Yes, he did, said John McSherry. Couldn't check his swing on a high inside pitch, and Russell's behind, 1-2. 23 times this year the Dodgers scored 5 or more runs in an inning. Well, they need 5 right now to go ahead, and it's the 8th inning. They're running out of time. Torrez is ready. The 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. 27 times this year the Dodgers batted around. And in almost half of their games, they scored 5 or more runs. So they have the offensive capabilities, but they're going to need them now in a hurry. The stretch. The 2-2 pitch to Russell. Outside, ball 3, 3-2. And it could be, Win, if Torrez walks Russell, he's gone.
Martin is on his feet.
Reggie Smith on deck. 7-3 Yankees. Nobody out in the 8th, and Lopes away from first. Doubtful he will run on this pitch. The 3-2 to Russell. Line drive to right field, but it's going to hang up long enough for Jackson to make a one-handed catch over his head. So Russell went the other way, but not far enough, and Jackson had enough room to stretch high and glove it. 1 away in the Dodger 8th inning, and the Yankees are 5 outs away from their first world title in 15 years.
And here's their big gun, the guy who already has a homer in this game, 3 on the series, Reggie Smith.
Smith has scored 2 of the Dodgers' 3 runs tonight. Safe on an error and scored in the first, homered in the third, and into a double play his last time up. Smith takes inside from Mike Torrez for a ball. Torrez making his 14th career appearance against the Dodgers, 13 of those with the Cardinals and Expos. He's been 2-5 against them over the years, but tonight he's ahead. There's a fastball for a called strike to Smith, leveling the count at 1 ball and 1 strike.
The other day in Los Angeles, Lopes with the Dodgers behind attempted to steal and was snuffed out. I don't think he'll do it tonight.
Not 4 runs behind. Now the stretch. The pitch to Reggie. Low inside. Ball 2, 2-1. Ron Say on deck. Steve Garvey to follow. The Dodgers bringing their big thunder up for maybe the last time this year. 2 balls and a strike to Smith. Mike Torrez stretches. Looks at Lopes. The pitch. Pop fouled out of play. Behind the plate, 2 balls and 2 strikes. If the Dodgers lose tonight, they will fly home immediately after the game, and they'll be back in Los Angeles sometime between 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the morning, West Coast time. And the celebration would still be going on in New York about that time, I'm sure, if the Yankees win. 2-2 pitch to Smith. Ground ball to first. Chambliss gloves it. Down to the shortstop covering for 1. Back to first. Double play. For the second straight time, Reggie Smith grounds into a double play. Chambliss made it look easy. 3-6-3. The Dodgers turned away with 1 hit in the 8th inning, and the Yankees are 3 outs away from a world championship. At the end of 7.5 innings, Yankees 7, Dodgers 3.
While the Yankees are coming up to bat, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you about something I know all of you'd enjoy along with the game tonight. And that's new Mellow Roast coffee and grain beverage. Mellow Roast starts with 3 kinds of rich, robust coffees and then blends in roasted grain to take away the bitter edge. So you enjoy full-flavored coffee taste without the bitterness. And with all that going for it, new Mellow Roast is sure to be a hit. Pick up some Mellow Roast at your supermarket today. It's new from General Foods.
And now a commercial from the makers of Bayer Aspirin.
In Washington, the Food and Drug Administration released important news about aspirin and aspirin substitutes. The news release reports that a panel of medical experts, in one of their findings, found no basis for the claim that aspirin substitutes are safer than aspirin.
That's right. Aspirin substitutes were not found safer than aspirin. When you want relief, get Bayer Aspirin. Bayer has relieved more pain than any medication in history. Use only as directed.
And wouldn't you know it, first up to bat for the New York Yankees in this last half of the 8th, Reggie Jackson. In the series, he scored 9, driven in, 7? Earlier in this series, Reggie said about his manager and the strife they've known that Billy Martin deserved the Nobel Peace Prize for keeping the peace.
Well, listen to the hand for Reggie Jackson, Win.
I wouldn't have guessed it. Since Nobel was the scientist who invented or discovered dynamite, perhaps part of that prize should go to Reggie Jackson.
Jackson with 4 runs batted in, sends a fly ball to center field and deep. That's going to be way back, and that's going to be gone. Reggie Jackson has hit his 3rd home run of the game. Reggie Jackson becomes the 2nd man in World Series history to hit 3 home runs in a game. We told you earlier Babe Ruth did it on 2 occasions, in 1926 and in 1928. And Jackson just crunched one over the center field wall. That must have been 440 feet or more away, and they want Jackson to come out and take a bow with the Yankees leading 8-3 in the 8th inning. And Reggie Jackson with 3 home runs and 5 RBIs, and there he is. Takes his hat off, waves his acknowledgement to the Yankee fans, says thank you very much. What a performance tonight by Reggie Jackson, who has been in the center of controversy with the Yankees all year long.
I don't know, there isn't anything to say, or at least it's beyond me. The championship of heroics. Reggie Jackson. $3 million to get him here. He has often said he doesn't want to come back here. I don't believe it for 1 second. I never have. Reggie Jackson could have had more money by going to Montreal. He could have had more money probably going to 3 other places. But he came here because this is where the newsmakers are. And Reggie has made it good and or bad, and that's what he wanted. And in this 6th and obviously deciding game of the World Series, Reggie just took charge. 3 home runs to back up Mike Torrez pitching.
Here's Chris Chambliss taking a knuckleball from Huff for a ball. So Reggie Jackson with 5 home runs in this year's World Series, and 3 of them in Game 6. All kinds of records. 4 runs scored tonight by Reggie Jackson. 10 runs scored in the series in 6 games by Reggie. Knuckleball loaded, Chambliss, ball 2. Huff is ready. The next pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Lopes over to his left to glove it. Turns and throws to Garvey for the out. But the fans still buzzing over the spectacular performance tonight of Reggie Jackson. You know, we told you he was the MVP in the 1973 World Series with Oakland. You know how many home runs he hit in that World Series? 1.
I want to tell you that last home run he hit, we didn't get around to telling you about it. It was almost dead center. That's no man's land. It must have been 450 feet.
Here's Greg Nettles, who's 0 for 3 tonight. 8-3 New York. Nettles grounds it foul outside of first. So these New Yorkers ready to erupt. 3 outs away from a world championship. Jackson's had 9 hits in the series and 5 have been home runs. Knuckleball and Nettles low and inside, 1-1.
And we're number 1 from all sides of Yankee Stadium. As far as the crowd is concerned, the game is over. It's time to celebrate.
More on Reggie Jackson. He's now hitting .450 in this series, 9 for 20. Pitched to Nettles, swung on and missed, 1-2. He scored 10 runs. He's had 9 hits, a double, 5 home runs, and 8 runs batted in, 5 of those tonight. They can give him the car right now for the MVP. Knuckleball inside, called strike 3 on the corner, and Nettles is out. That's Huff's 3rd strikeout. But the Yankees have opened up a 5-run cushion to take to the 9th inning.
I guess if anybody's happier than Reggie, and I doubt that anybody is at the moment, it's the owner of the New York Yankees, or the principal owner, George Steinbrenner, who's been in the midst of this all the way through, but vindication tonight.
Knuckleball to Lou Pinella's inside for ball 1-0. There are going to be a lot of people claim, Win, that George Steinbrenner bought a world championship. But this ball club really gelled this year here in New York. Knuckleball outside, 2-0.
Well, they had a magnificent season last year and then fell apart in the World Series. This year, they didn't clinch until they were sitting in the dressing room while it was raining outside the day before, but they've done it in the series.
The 2-0 pitch to Pinella's bounced foul over toward the Dodger dugout. When the Dodgers bat in the 9th, their last hopes will rest on the shoulders of Ron Say, Steve Garvey, and Dusty Baker.
I think it's fair to say about the Yankee organization, too, and we'll say it after this pitch.
Pinella loops it foul back on the stand, in the stands behind home plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Beyond the purchases by Mr. Steinbrenner, the first, second, short, third baseman, left fielder, center fielder were all trades. The right fielder was a free agent. The catcher grew up in the organization.
Pinella pops one back of first. Garvey going back to get it, straddling the line in foul territory, makes the catch. But the Yankees get another run on 1 hit. Reggie Jackson's 3rd home run of the night. And they're on their feet as Jackson races out the right field. At the end of 8 innings in Game 6, Yankees 8, Dodgers 3.
You hear that for Reggie Jackson going to right field? Takes off his hat, salutes his fans, even as they salute him. Go, 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 Reggie, in one of the most spectacular World Series performances in history. Reggie Jackson, adored at the moment occasionally abhorred, but currently adored, and what a way to end a season. Oh boy. You can read all about Reggie, of course, in the 1977 World Series program that's being sold at the ballpark right now. It's 80 pages. There are color features on everybody that's been in the postseason's play. You can find it on selected newsstands, or you can order your copy now by sending a check or money order, $2.50 to World Series program, Post Office Box 666, San Francisco, California, 94101. The proceeding has been brought to you on behalf of Major League Baseball. And talking about the biggies, remember the Super Bowl, Sunday, January 15th, right here. All the play-by-play action from New Orleans on most of these CBS radio network stations. And it's the top of the ninth. The Los Angeles Dodgers, after a fantastic season, one of the fastest getaways in the history of baseball. Great play by almost all their players. Ronnie Say, those 29 RBIs in the month of April. The most magnificent comeback by left-hander Tommy John. Steve Garvey, the shortstop. They've had a great year, and it looks like it's now down to the last 3 outs, Ross.
Well, Win, you're certainly right on those comments about this Dodger ball club. It was good enough to win 103 games this year. And certainly the fans in Southern California and around the country are proud of this Dodger ball club. They've come a long way in 1 year. Ron Say takes a called strike from Mike Torrez as we go to the 9th inning. That was Torrez's 102nd pitch of the evening. The next one to Say, low for a ball, 1-1. 8 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Yankees. But 3 of those hits were home runs by Reggie Jackson, and another was a home run by Chris Chambliss. Half of their hits have been home runs. Say bloops 1 foul. It'll be out of play, although Greg Nettles goes over, takes a look, it lands back along the left field line. 1-2 to Ron Say, who broke his bat and will have to get a new one. So the Yankees won game 1 in 12 innings. The Dodgers came back here on Hooton's 5-hitter. And then perhaps the big surprise of the entire Fall Classic, the Yankees' ability to win 2 straight in Los Angeles put the pressure on the Dodgers. L.A. came back in game 5, but tonight the Yankees equal to the challenge. And 4 home runs have given them the lead. The pitch to Say misses for a ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Not many people figured the Yankees could take 2 out of 3 at Dodger Stadium, but they did it Friday and Saturday. The pitch to Say hit foul back upstairs again. Outstanding pitching on Friday by Mike Torrez and on Saturday by Ron Guidry. Gave the Yankees the 3-1 lead in the series. The Dodgers kept it alive Sunday, but tonight too much power here at Yankee Stadium, mostly supplied by Mr. Reggie Jackson. 2-2 pitch to Say. Strike 3 call. 6 strikeouts for Mike Torrez. 1 away in the 9th inning. Here's Garvey.
Ross, I think you put your finger on it. The big surprise and the gilt-edge pitching and the Yankee staff that came into this series wounded, severely wounded. Gullett, Hunter, Torres had a bad shoulder. Figueroa had a bad finger. Nobody knew that Mike would pitch 2 games such as he has, that Gullett would win that first game.
Garvey grounds one to the left side. Bucky Dent takes the big hop, almost falls down, throws to Chambliss, not in time. American League umpire Nestor Shylock on top of the play. He saw Chris Chambliss do the splits, but Dent had slipped as he tried to station himself and get something on the throw. Bucky almost did it, but Garvey legs it out for his 9th hit of the series. The Dodgers have a runner with 1 away in the 9th inning, and here comes Dusty Baker.
And it was the Yankee pitching, because until tonight, the Yankee power did not show itself overpowering.
First pitch to Baker, a ball, 1-0. Garvey's hit is only the 2nd hit by the Dodgers since the 4th inning. Lopes got a leadoff single in the 8th, but he was erased on a double play. Torres to the stretch. The pitch to Dusty. Line drive, base hit left field. Garvey to second and holding, and the Dodgers have 2 aboard, and they're not through yet. They're going to go down fighting if they're going to go down. Baker with his 7th hit of the series has 8 hits off Torres. Lyle has been throwing a ball game in itself in the Yankee bullpen, and he's back out there again. But now with a 5-run lead, Billy Martin knows that even a grand slam homer cannot get the Dodgers even, so he's going to stay with Torrez to at least face Rick Monday. Monday has a single and 3 at-bats. Garvey at second, Baker at first. Torrez stretches, the pitch, swing and a miss. Reggie Jackson, 3 home runs tonight. Only Babe Ruth ever did that before in a World Series game. And you're joining some pretty elite company when you go with the Bambino. 5 homers in the series, another record for Reggie Jackson. Monday's going to bunt, leaves it foul in Munson's glove, strike 2. Not a bad thought by Rick Monday because the Dodgers got to get some people on base.
How about that? Like Vic Davalillo did in that game in Philadelphia, game number 4. The Dodgers are not giving up. They trail by 5. They have 2 on.
0-2 the count. Mike Torrez to the stretch. The pitch to Monday. Bounce foul behind the plate. Monday playing for his 11th manager in 12 years. Tommy Lasorda missed 44 games this year with back problems.
11 out of 12. Never on Monday, huh?
Surprisingly, he's hit a lot of his home runs on Monday. 2 on, 1 out, 9th inning, 8-3 Yankees. Torrez goes to the stretch. The 0-2 pitch to Monday. Foul back. The Dodgers have left 3 men on base tonight. The Yankees only 2. The home runs have helped clear the sacks. 4 home runs by New York, 3 by Jackson, 1 by Chambliss. 1 home run for Los Angeles by Smith. Garvey away from second, Baker from first, and Monday steps out as Torrez takes a little too much time. Now the stretch. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Low, 1-2. Steve Yeager on deck. The Yankees looking for the double play that could give them their first world title in 15 years. Hard to believe it's been 1962 since they last bagged one. Torrez set, the 1-2 pitch. Low, ball 2. Monday had to have a good eye to look at that one. 2-2. The Yankees went ahead tonight in the 4th inning with 3 runs. That made it 5-3. They got 2 in the 5th and 1 in the 8th on 2 more home runs by Reggie Jackson. And it's 8-3 in the 9th. Chambliss comes in from first base to talk to Torrez. Monday waiting, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 8 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Yankees. 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. Torrez is set, checks his runners, the 2-2 pitch. There's a fly ball to right field and deep. Reggie Smith, though, may have a play. He's on the warning track in front of the wall. He's got it, 2 away. Garvey tags up and moves over to third base. Baker stays at first. And by a matter of maybe 10 feet or less, Rick Monday misses a 3-run homer that would have gotten the Dodgers right back into the ball game at 8-6. But now 2 away. And Vic Davalillo is going to hit for Steve Yeager as the Dodgers are down to their last out of the season.
And to see to it that Yankee Stadium will stay a viable stadium if this game should end on the next out, there are now at least 50 policemen on each foul line, or approximately, stretched out around the box seats. They're going to try to get out there to restrain what in a moment probably will be, well, you used the word before, Ross, an eruption. The right field porch, they're all sitting on the top of the stands. And it's going to be a race to see whether the policemen can get out there first or whether the fans can drop down onto the field first. We're down to the last out. There's 2 on. Vic Davalillo to pinch hit, and Mike Torrez trying to wind it up for his second 9-inning full-game series win.
Davalillo, who spent much of the year in the Mexican League, waiting from the left side. He bunts down to third. Good bunt. Nettles, bare-hand pickup, throw to the plate, not in time. Garvey scores. It's 8-4. Baker at second, Davalillo at first with another one of those drag bunts that he does so well. That one down to third base line, good for an RBI. The Dodgers are down now 8-4 with Lopes coming up, or maybe Lee Lacy. I'm sorry, Lee Lacy's going to hit for the pitcher first, and then Lopes if they get that far. So, the wily Vic Davalillo, who many people say is at least 41 years old, a man the Dodgers acquired from the Mexican League for $2,500 in August, keeps them alive in the 9th inning. Billy Martin on his way out to talk to Torrez with Lacy due up.
I think that's going to be it for Mike. I'm not sure. Nope. Billy's going to let him stay. There is now 4 runs difference. There's 2 on. Lacy at bat. Should he get on, it would bring the tying run to the plate. And Vic Davalillo, as he did in Philadelphia, with one difference. In Philadelphia, he dragged one down the first base line. Here, he punched one down the third base line. The idea was to get on, and he did. Firecrackers explode in right field. And Reggie Jackson comes in from the right field. I don't know whether he got hit. Oh, he's going to get a helmet, I'm told. I don't blame him. Reggie Jackson for the final out, with some of the overzealous fans in right field throwing firecrackers on the field. Reggie has come in for the protection of his batting helmet. The police are out in the right center field area, swinging their clubs above their heads, trying to keep the fans off the edges, trying to keep them from jumping into the area when the game is over. And we see that they've just grabbed one, brought him into the dugout. I understand, too, that anybody who is caught on the field will spend an equal amount of time in the jug. Now Reggie has come to the dugout. He has his batting helmet. And now he's heading back to the field of battle, the field of play in right field.
For repeating this announcement,
and the announcement goes again on the public address system. Please control yourself. Don't throw things on the field, including yourself.
Lee Lacy comes out to hit now for Charlie Huff. 2 out, 9th inning, a run over for the Dodgers. Baker at second. Davalillo with a bunt single at first base. Torrez to the stretch, and the pitch to Lacy. Outside for a ball. Lacy got the pinch single here in the 9th inning of game 1 off Sparky Lyle, which got the Dodgers even. Torrez is ready. The 1-0 pitch. Called strike. 1-1. The Dodgers need to get Lacy on to get the tying run to the plate. They're 4 down. Torrez, who's pitched the 9-hitter, stretches, deals. Bunt, popped up. Torrez has got it, and the Yankees are the world champions for the 21st time, and for the first time in 15 years. Lee Lacy tried to bunt his way on. He popped it up. It was caught by Mike Torrez, and New York wins 8-4 over Los Angeles and takes the world championship 4 games to 2. The first time in 18 years that a World Series was completed in 6 games, and the Yankees have done it, beating the Dodgers. The final totals, the Yankees 8 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. The Dodgers 4 runs, 9 hits, and no errors. The fans are swarming onto Yankee Stadium. And now this is Ross Porter turning it over to Win Elliott. I enjoyed working with you, Win.
Me too, Ross. It would have taken 2,000 cops to keep the ants. It looks like an anthill down there. The kids have come from every section of the stand. We will be back, I hope, in a minute.
When do you say Budweiser? When do you say Bud?
When do you say Budweiser? Is it whenever the moment's right for a great beer?
That's when we say it. When do you say Budweiser? Is it whenever the good times move into right here?
That's Bud. Hey, after the work is done, while you're still having fun, anytime's the right time to say it.
When do you say Budweiser? Bud's the beer for any time at all.
That's right, after the work is done, while you're still having fun, the king of beers is waiting for your call.
When you say Budweiser,
ooh, you've said it all.
Every time.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
The signboard in center field is saying we're number 1. The kids down in the field saying, who cares? We're 1,000 strong. It wouldn't have made any difference how many cops or attendants tried to keep them in. They poured over the fences. They poured onto the fields. They're doing snake dances, victory dances, ripping up the bases. There'll be no more baseball at Yankee Stadium this year. The Yankees are the world's champions. They won the fourth game 8-4. They did it with a decimated pitching staff. They did it with a superhuman effort by Reggie Jackson in this deciding game. Mike Torrez was the pitching hero with 2 complete series wins. 155 pounds of Louisiana Cajun by the name of Ron Guidry came in and did what he had to. Don Gullett, with hope and faith and an injured left arm, surprisingly won the first game. And had we known it then, that was really it. When Gullett came out of nowhere with that injured duck arm and won his game, it was really all over. We didn't know it. Maybe it isn't true, but man, they're ripping up the patch now. We'll continue our wrap-up in just a moment.
If you're like most buyers of regular gasoline, you probably think unleaded gasolines just don't perform. Sure, unleaded gives you a nice clean engine, but it just doesn't have the pep of your regular. Or for that matter, the low price. Well, you regular buyers are in for a little surprise. Getty Unleaded Regular. Getty's unleaded gasoline has a high enough octane to be classified as regular. Most unleadeds don't. Yet Getty Unleaded Regular actually sells for less per gallon than most other major unleadeds. So if you want the octane performance of regular, plus the clean running smoothness of unleaded, and you want to pay less, you want Getty Unleaded Regular. Getty. Once again, we've got what's best for your car.
What's to tell you? The crowd down there looks like that forest in The Wizard of Oz. Jumping around, strange, wonderful, impossible. It's Reggie Jackson's 3 home runs. Mike Torrez, brilliant 8-hit pitching that has given the New York Yankees the 1977 World Series. That was it, 8-4. We'll return with our post-game activities in a minute. This is Win Elliott for Ross Porter, CBS Radio Sports.
WCBS, New York.
From our vantage point here in the Yankee Clubhouse at Yankee Stadium in New York, this is Ralph Kiner, and in the Yankee Clubhouse we have bedlam just taking place here. Champagne is being poured all over. The opening round was spilled all over Bill White, the Yankee announcer, as he was talking to the commissioner of baseball. Also, quick toast to manager Billy Martin. Billy Martin said he'd be here in just a second, but we have maybe 100, 200 people in the clubhouse, and it's hard to get anybody to move around. But the Yankees coming into the clubhouse, coming in somewhat quietly at the beginning. They came in, the young boys came in first, running in and congratulating each other. And then finally it was Billy Martin coming in and receiving the congratulations of Bill White. And then right after that, Reggie Jackson coming in, and Reggie going over to his locker in the clubhouse, very quietly taking off his glasses. No one at first noticing that he had arrived in the clubhouse. And then after getting the glasses off, he sort of sat in his area there, and I'm sure was more or less contemplating the tremendous emotion that must have come out as he hit the 3 home runs that really put the Yankees over the top. So we're waiting now as we try to come up with someone that we can talk to as this crowd keeps milling around, keeps milling about us. And right now our post-game show will continue in a moment.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your call to contact.
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacks. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your call to Contact.
Take only as directed.
Back in 1973, Reggie Jackson was the hero of the last ball game, the 7th game of the World Series against the New York Mets. And Reggie, you've done it again.
Well, thanks a lot, Ralph. It's a great feeling. I'm just glad that there are a lot of people that shared it along with me.
You know, I watched you come into the clubhouse, and you came in rather quietly, took your glasses off, and what was going through your mind at that point must have been tremendously emotional.
I was beat. I was a little afraid of getting off the field. The fans were out there, and it was a struggle, and I wore glasses, and I get to the point where I lose my depth perception, you know, and I was kind of frightened because I don't know where I'm stepping or anything, you know. But I just want to get inside and get my breath because I was really tired.
And then you got the champagne all over you.
Well, that's always like, you know, the taste of victory, and it symbolizes victory and championship, and it's just nice.
You know, Reggie, 3 home runs in the final game is a feat that Babe Ruth once did, and I'm sure that you'll be thinking about that. It's a fantastic accomplishment.
Well, Ralph, I don't know. You guys throw the word superstar around a lot, and you know, guys like Mays and Aaron and Ruth and DiMaggio and Mantle, and at least for one day, I can say I had a day of one.
You've been saying that New York is not quite your town. It might be now.
Well, we'll see. I can't do much more, and neither can the team, and neither can the town. They were very supportive. I'm glad we won for the fans, and I'm glad we won for just a lot of people here. I think it's good for the town, and I'm sure it'll be a happy winner for people in New York. They need it.
And certainly good for Reggie Jackson.
Well, it's great for me, but I really don't count. I'll have a good time, and you know, I'll relish in the things that will happen to me. But I can say I know there's a God out there, and everybody will be happy, and that's what's important.
What do you got planned for tonight?
Well, go to a little place over on 76th Street, Jimmy McMullen's, to have a couple of beers and share good times with some friends. My father's here, and he's real happy, so I'm excited.
Thank you very much, Reggie Jackson. A great series.
Thanks, Ralph. Thanks very much.
Reggie Jackson, of course, Reggie with a fantastic series, having 3 home runs in the final game. Now, more details after this message.
Recently, a survey was taken of the prices of premium gasoline. The survey covered hundreds of service stations in the northeastern United States. Virtually every major oil company was included. Right now, I'd like to tell you the results of that survey. In Portland, Maine, Getty Premium sold for less per gallon. In Boston, Getty Premium sold for less. In northern New Jersey, Philadelphia, and New York, Getty Premium sold for less. In fact, in every state surveyed, Getty Premium sold for less per gallon than most major premiums. More premium gas for your money. That has to be the best mileage ingredient you can buy. So the next time you pull in for gas, pull in for Getty Premium gasoline. Getty. Once again, we've got what's best for your car.
Right now, here in the clubhouse, we have the Commissioner of Baseball, Burt Hooton. And Bowie, this was one great day for you, and of course, a great year for baseball.
Well, I think it's a fine culmination to what has been an outstanding year, Ralph. I think this has been an exciting series. I don't know when we've seen such a home run barrage in the series, and Reggie, of course, was super spectacular today, as was Mike Torrez. So it's been a great win for the Yankees, and we're all proud of in baseball.
Well, it took place in this big city here, and I think the fans riding the ups and downs of the Yankees throughout this whole season finally realized that it's over, and it really ended with a bang.
Well, you know, it's been a roller coaster for the Yankees this year. They've been a very dramatic team with a lot of contention on it, but they've been an exciting team, and I think they showed today that they're real champions.
All right, Burt Hooton, the Commissioner of Baseball, thank you very much, Burt.
Okay, Ralph, nice to be with you.
So here in the Yankee clubhouse, we still have this tremendous crowd milling around. It's hard to get to anybody. It's almost impossible, as a matter of fact. And the big story, the home runs by Reggie Jackson, the fine pitching by Mike Torrez. Mike, the winning pitcher in 2 of the ball games for the Yankees, as they won the series 4-2. The first game going to the to the Yankees by a score of 4-3 in 12 innings. In that ball game, the winning pitcher was Sparky Lyle. The second game going to the Dodgers 6-1 as Burt Hooton pitched the winning victory of that ball game. And then the Yankees going to Dodger Stadium, winning out there. They defeated the Dodgers by a score of 5-3, 4-2, and then LA coming back to move it back to New York City as the Dodgers won the 5th game by a score of 10-4. And the 6th game going to the Dodgers by a score of 8-4. More after this word.
New Mellow Roast is here.
This can't be coffee because it tastes so smooth.
They took the bitter taste out.
This can't be coffee because it tastes so smooth.
How'd they take the bitter taste out?
New Mellow Roast starts with 3 kinds of rich, robust coffees, then blends in roasted grain to take away the bitter edge, so you enjoy a delicious, full-flavored coffee taste. Mellow Roast coffee and grain beverage, new from General Foods.
They took the bitter taste out.
I'm talking with the president of the National League, Chub Feeney. And Chub, I know that you went down to a tough defeat here tonight as the Yankees really prevailed with their home run hitting in the final game.
Well, we're really very disappointed. The Dodgers are a super ball club, and I think they played us very well. It's just one of those things. Too much power, too much Reggie Jackson tonight. Wish we had another day at him tomorrow.
Well, it's all over, Chub, and I'm sorry you'll have to wait till next year, as they say in Brooklyn.
That's right. It's a long time, but we'll make it in 78.
Okay, Chub Finney, the president of the National League, and right here we have the winning manager. We have Billy Martin, and Billy, congratulations.
Thank you, Ralph. It was quite a season.
I noticed you came into the clubhouse kind of quietly. The emotion of it all sort of getting to?
Yeah, it caught up to me finally.
How about in that last inning? Do you have any doubts about the fact that Mike Torrez would finish the ball game?
Well, he was throwing hard, and I had Sparky ready for about 4 innings, so I wasn't worried if I had to go to Sparky.
I know one thing you did well. You gave that home run sign enough times.
Oh, yeah. Well, I wish I could take the credit for that, Ralph, but our guys are they're battlers, and they've probably been reading in the paper where they haven't been hitting any home runs, and then maybe they decide to bust loose. But I could see them coming around the last 3 or 4 days. I can see the left-hander's bat starting to come around.
Billy Martin, the winning manager. Billy, thank you very much. Well, there it is. The Yankees have defeated the Dodgers to win the 1977 World Series in 6 games. Once again, tonight's score, the New York Yankees 8 and the Los Angeles Dodgers 4. This broadcast has been sponsored by Ford Motor Credit Company, the people who want to give you credit for being you. By Pepto-Bismol, it coats, soothes, and relieves. By Mobil One, the synthetic motor oil that does it all. And by the Brewers of Budweiser, King of Beers. Now for Win Elliott and Ross Porter, our statistician John Gallagher, our engineers Joe DeBona and Steve Kirsch, our producer Dave Kerman, and our executive producer Frank Miller, this is Ralph Kiner saying so long from Yankee Stadium on the CBS Radio Network.
This is WCBS in New York. It's 1 minute before 11 o'clock. As you just heard, the Yankees won the World Series with an 8-4 victory tonight over the Dodgers. In the NBA, the Pistons beat the Jersey Nets 110-93 tonight, and it was the Knicks over the Kansas City Kings 120-113. Islanders in Los Angeles ended up scoreless. Spencer Ross was covering the Knicks game for News 88. Ed Ingles and Art Athens covering the Yankees game up at the stadium. We'll be hearing from all of them later on in this night as New York celebrates. It's 55 degrees in Manhattan with humidity at 64%, a southwest wind at 10 miles per hour, barometer just under 30 inches and going up, a partly cloudy night. Breezy and cool with a chance of showers developing after midnight, temperatures of 43 to 48. Overcast, damp and cool tomorrow with occasional rain, high in the middle 50s. And again in the city now, 55 degrees. I'm Robert Vaughn. Now stay tuned as CBS covers the world at 11.
CBS News, the New York Yankees win the World Series in 6 games, defeating the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight 8-4. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network, and we have a report from Yankee Stadium and Win Elliott of CBS Sports.
Dave, the center field scoreboard and signboard says it. Yankees 1977 World's champions. The second complete game pitching win by Mike Torrez. He struggled for a while, but he stayed in it, allowed only 4 runs and 8 hits. The Yankees, trailing 2-0 after an error, opened the gates for the Dodgers in the first inning. Chambliss a 2-run homer. Reggie Smith gave him back to lead the Dodgers with a Singleton into the right field stands, and the rest of the way it was all Reggie Jackson. A 2-run homer in the 4th, a 2-run homer in the 5th, and a 1-run homer in the 8th. It was one of the superior performances in all World Series history, and the guys who were supposed to do it did it the hard way. The pinstripe champions of all baseball, the New York Yankees. Win Elliott for CBS News from Yankee Stadium.
Reggie Jackson's 3 home runs in 1 World Series game equals a record held only by Babe Ruth. So for the Yankees tonight, a lot of champagne and celebrating. For the Dodgers, as it was so many times when they were in Brooklyn, it's wait till next year. More news in a minute.
This winter, there's spectacular pro and college postseason football play for you on the CBS Radio Network. I'm Brent Musburger, CBS Radio Sports. In college ball, we kick off the holiday season with the Fiesta Bowl from Tempe, Arizona on Christmas Day. And then Saturday, December 31st, it's the Sun Bowl, a New Year's Eve Day game from El Paso, Texas. On New Year's Day, we turn to the pros in the NFC Championship, which will decide who takes on the AFC in the Super Bowl. Monday, January 2nd, we'll take you to Dallas to find out who will come out on top in the Cotton Bowl College Classic. Moving to the weekend of January 14th and 15th, you'll hear about Super Bowls past from Win Elliott on his spectacular Super Bowl weekend special. 17 broadcasts recalling exciting moments from football's greatest event of the year. Then we wrap it up with all the play-by-play action of the Super Bowl itself on Sunday, January 15th. It may sound like there's a lot, but that's just what we mean. The best in postseason college and pro football is yours this winter from CBS Radio Sports over most of the CBS Radio Network stations.
Terrorist bombs exploded overnight in northern Italy, violent footnotes to the end of a hijacking. Blasts wrecked 3 showrooms for German-made cars in Turin and Leghorn, Italy. No injuries are reported. Anonymous callers said bombs were planted in memory of 3 anarchists who reportedly committed suicide in jail. Those deaths came after West German commandos stormed a Lufthansa airliner in Somalia, freed 86 hostages, and killed 3 of the 4 hijackers yesterday. Freedom for the jailed anarchists had been one of the hijackers' demands. The end of the hijacking also prompted violent demonstrations by leftists in Rome and Athens. But in Frankfurt, the commandos returned to a hero's welcome and praise from many world leaders. At the UN today, Secretary General Kurt Waldheim said there's a move for immediate consideration of the issues of terrorism and hostage-taking. This under threat of a 2-day strike by many of the world's airline pilots if no UN action is taken. House Senate conferees began work today on an energy bill, saying they were in a compromising mood. The mood apparently didn't last long. After 4 hours of debate, they got stuck on the first issue discussed, whether utility companies should be allowed to finance and install home insulation. The House says no, the Senate says yes. After a meeting with President Carter today, Senator Abraham Ribicoff said the conferees would work closely with the White House. Energy, he says, is a very important issue.
We're talking about taxes that will raise between now and 1985 in the neighborhood of $50 billion. But with a nation that needs $1 trillion in the next 10 years to develop alternate sources of energy, there's a lot of money that's needed. And we have to make sure that we husband our scarce tax dollars for developing alternate sources of energy.
Senate and House conferees resume work on the energy bills tomorrow afternoon. More news in a minute.
Say, this is Bob Hope. I've spent a happy lifetime on radio and television, and I'd like to put in a good word for the hobby that made broadcasting possible. You see, about 60 years ago, some early radio experimenters developed our first stations. Today, there are nearly 1 million amateur radio operators around the world talking to each other, standing ready to provide us with emergency communication in time of disaster, and still developing new electronic techniques. They have their own amateur television stations and even satellites circling the globe. On some of our trips to isolated spots overseas, my troop and I kept in touch with home through amateur radio stations. You want to know how you can join in? Now that many people are discovering the fun of talking by personal radio, maybe you'd like the really exciting and wonderful world of amateur radio. It takes study, but it's worth it. For free information, write to the American Radio Relay League, Newington, Connecticut, 06111. Like they say, tune in the world with amateur radio.
A warning today from Vice President Mondale to South Africa. In a Johannesburg newspaper interview, Mondale says it will be increasingly difficult for the United States to maintain good relations with the white South African government unless political changes take place in Johannesburg. It is crucial, he says, for the South African government to open a dialogue with non-white leaders. I'm David Jackson, CBS News.
Robert Vaughn on News 88, where you heard the Yankees win it all tonight at 6 minutes after 11 o'clock, WCBS News time. More on that Yankees game. Reggie Jackson's 3 homers. Cloudy, breezy, and cool. A chance of showers developing after midnight. Temperatures of 43 to 48 with southerly winds at 8 to 16 miles per hour. Overcast, damp, and cool tomorrow with occasional rain and a high in the middle 50s. Southeast winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Thursday, clearing, breezy and cool, high 55 to 60 degrees. Looking just a little further ahead from Dr. Bob Harris in our Weather Center. On Friday, increasingly cloudy, shower, and that should come sometimes late in the day. A high in the upper 50s on Friday. Again, it's 54 degrees now in New York. Mostly cloudy at the moment with 64% humidity. As you doubtless heard a little bit earlier, with a 3 home runs by Reggie Jackson, a 2-run homer by Chris Chambliss tonight, the New York Yankees beat the Dodgers 8-4 up at Yankee Stadium, and they won the World Series in game number 6. Reggie Jackson, the most valuable player, a car he won tonight, saying he's going to give it to his kid sister. We have WCBS reporter Art Athens with the fans.
And there it is, the final out of the game. Something Yankee fans have waited for 15 years, and despite warnings to stay off the field is mobbed. Reggie Jackson, like a shot, fought his way in from right field, pushes a few spectators out of the way and makes it to the dugout, and there goes the pitcher's mound. Swarmed, and it looks like a lot of fans trying to figure out how to get the rubber up the bases. It disappeared right away, and police, New York City police, are out on the field. Nightclubs are swinging at a few, and they've got a guy down, and it looks like out cold over at third base where he might have been trying to steal the bag. Thousands of fans pouring out on the field, some of them carrying signs, despite the fact that at almost every inch of the gates around Yankee Stadium leading from the stands into the field, there are police, mounted police, now hit the field, coming out through the right field gate, and they're knocking down some fans. They're using billy clubs. They're not fooling around. There go a few more firecrackers out in right field, and the field is mobbed. Somebody's rolled up the on-deck batter's circle and is trying to figure out a way to get out of here with it. I don't know whether he'll make it very far. He's trying to walk back in the stands, and he just got pinched. They're jubilant. They're jubilant. He doesn't want to give it up. He's got that on-deck circle, and he won't give it up. A few nightsticks swing. Some bases disappear. And all in all, after 15 years, I guess a lot of these fans figure they're entitled to get out there and tear up Yankee Stadium. Most of the 56,000 fans are staying in their seats watching the spectacle out on the field. The police have promised to make arrests, and I'm sure they'll make a few. I see about a half a dozen people down on the ground. They've been hit with nightsticks, and they're being pulled off the field. A lot of them are still walking around, victory signs, number 1 signs, paying little or no attention to the police. And it doesn't look like there's too much they can do as the scoreboard flashes Yankees 1977 World Champs. At Yankee Stadium, this is Art Athens.
And we have a lot more sports coming up. Of course, in addition to Art up at the stadium, we had our sports director, Ed Ingles, there, while our Spencer Ross was at Madison Square Garden for the Knicks opener. The Knicks beat the Kansas City Kings tonight to get underway well. The Nets lost, the Islanders in Los Angeles scoreless. We'll be getting Jim Kelly with all the rest of the sports news coming up shortly on WCBS. It's 10 after 11. New York Telephone will begin charging higher rates next week under the terms of a temporary rate hike plan approved recently by the Public Service Commission. Bob Van Zandt is a phone company spokesman.
We're complying with the State Public Service Commission to implement their temporary rate award of $245 million, which they so stated on October the 13th. And we are complying with that by filing these charges that will be in effect for approximately 6 weeks.
The higher rates will be in effect until the PSC rules on a proposal to further increase rates. That decision is due by the end of November. The higher rates taking effect next week will boost monthly charges for a residential customer by an average of 21%. The Concorde SST arrives tomorrow in New York City. Tom Fody has the story.
After all the demonstrations and court fights, there is no more question here that the British are coming, and so are the French in their supersonic transport. British Airways spokesman Norman Lorney.
We are expecting the first Concorde to land at New York tomorrow about 11 o'clock in the morning.
The first Concorde test takeoff from Kennedy will come the following day. For now, opponents say there will be no protest, but the near future, Brian Levinson of Concorde Alert says that will be different.
If we have to demonstrate at Kennedy Airport, that'll be before any commercial landings of Concorde. We're going to turn
Kennedy Airport into New Orleans on Mardi Gras Day. That's what it's going to look like, because we're going to have those cars like floats.
But now it will be the Concorde and not the protest cars that will be the focus of attention at JFK. Tom Foti in New York.
It's 11 after 11 o'clock. Because of that exciting ball game the Yanks won tonight, we're behind on our racing. We will be getting the wrap-up of everything that happened in Yonkers about 30 minutes from right now, so stay tuned with us. A little later in the night as well, we'll have the Meadowlands wrap-up. What do today's senior citizens want most out of life? Well, according to the director of Sharon Manor in Brooklyn, it's the opportunity to age with grace and dignity, feeling loved and respected. And that's why Sharon Manor is that special private adult residence for you or your parents, a place you'll be proud of. Sharon Manor is a total environment for active, alert adults, a beautiful residence in one of Brooklyn's loveliest communities where your comfort and pleasure come first. You'll maintain your sense of independence in a spacious, luxurious room, enjoy stimulating companionship, gourmet meals, interesting activities, including nightly professional entertainment and warm personal service, and be centrally located at Foster Avenue and Ocean Parkway, so that it's easy to stay in touch with your family and friends. What's more, not only is Sharon Manor surprisingly affordable, they are ready, willing, and able to help you work out terms to your advantage. So come visit Sharon Manor in Brooklyn or call 212-859-2400. That's 212-859-2400. 13 after 11, we'll be getting on to sports momentarily. Why do photographers and camera fans return to 47th Street Photo for all their equipment? Well, they know that at 47th Street Photo at 67 West 47th Street between 5th and 6th Avenues, they'll find one of New York's largest selections of photographic equipment for the professional as well as amateur. From the most hard-to-find accessories to the most sophisticated camera and lens, all at consistently low prices without ever compromising individualized customer attention. And this week, 47th Street Photo is having one of the greatest sales ever on the complete line of Olympus cameras and lenses, including the top-rated OM2, the automatic exposure control Olympus that has the world's most advanced automatic metering system. 47th Street Photo at 67 West 47th Street, Midtown Manhattan, also carries a wide range of name-brand calculators, car stereos, TVs, watches, radar detectors, telephone answering and dictating machines, all at low discount prices. So visit 47th Street Photo at 67 West 47th Street, the upstairs store with the downstairs prices this week. Open Monday through Thursday, 9 to 6, Fridays till 2, and Sunday 10 to 4. 47th Street Photo, it's more than just a camera store. 14 minutes after 11, WCBS Sports Time.
I'm Jim Kelly. It's sports time. More precisely, World Series time. I won't hit a home run. Everybody else did, though. Game 6, the Dodgers had to win. They took a quick 2-0 lead in the first inning after two men were out. An error, a passed ball, a walk, and then a Steve Garvey triple. The Yankees went down 1-2-3 in their half of the first inning. Los Angeles the same in the top of the second. But in the Yankee half of inning number 2, Reggie Jackson walks on 4 straight pitches, and then Burt Hooton delivered.
2-1 pitch to Chambliss. A drive to right center field and deep. Way back. Going. A home run for Chris Chambliss. And we're tied 2-2.
But not for long, as Ross Porter called it here on CBS Radio. Reggie Smith steps up in the Los Angeles half of the third.
The 1-1 pitch to Smith. There's a drive to center field and deep. Rivers turns. That one's going to be gone again into the right center field pavilion, and the Dodgers regain the lead 3-2 on Reggie Smith's third home run of the World Series.
But Los Angeles' 3-2 lead was short-lived as Thurman Munson singled and Reggie Jackson dug in.
There's a drive to right field and deep. Smith going back, away back. It's gone. A home run, Reggie Jackson.
4-3 Yankees. They had another run as Chris Chambliss had a soft fly ball drop in between Dusty Baker and Bill Russell in short left field. That went for a double, and he moved over to third base. Lou Piniella then drove him home with a sacrifice fly for a 5-3 Yankee lead. And that's the way it was until the New York fifth inning when Reggie Jackson is up once again.
The pitch. Drive to right field and deep. Way back. Going. Gone. Another home run for Reggie Jackson. And the Yankees lead 7-3.
Amazing, and the crowd thought so too. They wouldn't stop chanting, Reggie, Reggie, until he came out of the dugout once again and doffed his cap. That reaction, though, was small by comparison when Reggie Jackson came up yet again in the New York 8th.
Jackson with 4 runs batted in, sends a fly ball to center field and deep. That's going to be way back, and that's going to be gone. Reggie Jackson has hit his third home run of the game.
And that ties a World Series record set by Babe Ruth, and Reggie did it up in the house that Babe Ruth built, Yankee Stadium. The Dodgers added one more in the ninth, and they threatened briefly, but it was too little too late. Reggie Jackson supplying the offense in Game 6, and Mike Torrez going the route. Ironically, he's the one that made the final Dodger put out.
Torrez, who's pitched the 9-hitter, stretches, deals. Bunt, popped up. Torrez has got it, and the Yankees are the world champions. the 21st time and for the first time in 15 years.
The Yankee right-hander stopping the Dodgers on 9 hits. He beat them for the second time in just 4 days. Both were complete games. He gave up 2 unearned first-inning runs, that 425-foot home run to Reggie Smith, his third of the series, and then he only gave up 4 hits and 1 run over the last 5 innings. This was Torrez after the game.
Man, this is it. We're number 1 this year anyway. We wanted this so.
And, of course, the Yankee victory perhaps inspired by the vote of confidence given to manager Billy Martin earlier in the day. Club president Gabe Paul ending speculation that Billy Martin would be fired by saying he would be retained for the final 2 years of his contract with a substantial bonus. Forget the bonus. Nothing is sweeter than a win in the World Series. And ironic in a way that when the money was on the line, the series' most valuable player would turn out to be none other than Reggie Jackson, who was at the center of controversy all season long. First it was Jackson against Thurman Munson, then Reggie Jackson against Billy Martin, the manager. Don't forget that blow-up on national television against the Boston Red Sox when the two almost came to blows. This is what Reggie had to say after Game 6, after the Yankees had won the World Series against the Dodgers, 8-4 the final in Game 6, 4-2 in games. Reggie?
Well, it's great for me, but I really don't count. I'll have a good time, and you know, I'll relish in the things that will happen to me. But I can say I know there's a God out there, and everybody will be happy, and that's what's important.
So, the New York Yankees, champions of the world, they take the Dodgers 8-4 the final, 4-2 in games. That's sports time. That's World Series time. We're out of time. I'm Jim Kelly and friends on the CBS World Series Radio Network.
Around somewhere.
He struck out a lot.
Yeah.
But he was a good defensive man, I'll say that.
No, but Dad and I used to have, in the first days of television, you know, when the old Dumont television stuff were out there, we used to have great problems about what game to watch, you know, on television, because I wanted to watch the Yankees, he wanted to watch the Red Sox, and there was the ability to see both because we could get both channels. And, you know, Dad said Ted Williams is just the greatest guy, you know, and I said, yes,
Ted Williams was great. He was right about that.
I mean, he's unbelievable, but I mean, Joe DiMaggio, you can't beat him.
More unbelievable. Let's put it that way.
So I've always been a Yankee fan all my life because, you know, I've lived here, obviously, but somewhat just to sort of just pick at Dad a little bit, I like the Yankees.
Well, Peter, thank you very much. And when you said Joe DiMaggio, Joe followed in the tradition, of course, of Babe Ruth. It so happened, by the way, the Yankees had 3 center fielders over a period of 40, 41, 2 years, all of whom made the Hall of Fame.
What was that, Tony?
There was Earl Combs, Joe DiMaggio, and Mickey Mantle.
Oh, right.
Which is a little bit of trivia, perhaps.
No, it's not.
There's 3 regular center fielders that spanned better than 40 years. All of them made the Hall of Fame. So, you know,
all I have to say is that I hope that Mickey Rivers keeps on with us so that he can make it, too, because I think he's a super player.
He really is. And, Peter, I thank you. And since you mentioned tradition, the wife and the owner of the Yankees, that was the one thing he told me. I first met him when he was a football coach, and I met him out at Purdue. But many years later, he becomes the owner of the Yankees, and he had to remind me of that, which made me feel about 2 inches tall. But anyway, I wanted the Yankees to win more, and I'm very honest about this, for him this year, because I know what he went through.
Oh boy, didn't he?
And you do too.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, what George has done with Mr. Steinbrenner has done, he's brought to New York a team that is really New York. I mean, it is controversial. It is a team that has problems. So does New York. I mean, it's a team, however, that has stars, and so too does New York. I mean, it is a New York scene to me.
As a star yourself, you understand this.
Well, star or not. I mean, I think the Yankees are so exciting. And my children love them, my wife loves them, and we just come to a lot of games, and we're just very excited about this. This night is so exciting to us.
Well, it's a wonderful thrill. I know it is for Mrs. George Steinbrenner, who she doesn't like going on the air. George is downstairs.
But she's great on the air. Yeah. We've worked together before.
Oh, have you really?
In Tampa.
Well, I tell you what. Why don't you interview Mrs. Steinbrenner? First of all, John and I would like to congratulate you, Mrs. Steinbrenner. And, of course, I had the privilege of meeting you before and your family. But I know what all this meant
It really was exciting, and we're all so happy, and we appreciate all the wonderful fans in New York City, and that's what's so great about it. They've all supported us, not only here, but all over the country. Everyone wanted to see the Yankees win. So many places where we would go, and everyone is just so happy that we could do it.
Well, John, you want to ask Miss Steinbrenner something?
No, I really like the analogy, though, because, there's an O-line show business. Doesn't matter what they say as long as they spell your name right. And I think, although I'm sure that George Steinbrenner... for you, that many of the Yankees would not like all the controversy surrounds it. I think it's great, and I think it really is part of New York. And then winning the World Series with the bang with the great star Reggie Jackson that Mr. Steinbrenner brought in, and anyway, it is really some night. You're really excited, aren't you?
You better believe it, and so are the children.
And don't forget, this team just absolutely creamed the Cincinnati team. They finished way ahead of the Cincinnati
more than 10
team,
games,
and
right?
Last year, we had a little unfortunate 4 games.
Okay, well, listen, Mrs. Steinbrenner doesn't want to be on the air. There's nothing worse. I don't believe in people going in and putting mics in people's mouths who don't want to be on the air.
Television now because she's gorgeous.
Yes,
she really is.
She is.
And her children are the most beautiful children I've ever seen in my life. And may I add one thing? Gay Paul, bless his heart, in the business almost 50 years.
Yes.
First World Series at this many. He was with Cleveland. He had those great
Cincinnati.
teams. Never won Cincinnati. Never won a World Series. It's his first one. I happened to be with Gabe when the last out was made. I was with Gabe when the last out was made, and we ran over and embraced him. He just cried like a child. It was so much.
I just want to interrupt just for a moment. I asked Mary, would she come in?
Mary Paul.
Mary Paul.
Gay Paul's one.
And Miss Steinbrenner already said she would. But Mary says, I've never done this. And I said, I know you have. She says, wait till Gabe gets up here. I said, I don't know whether I can wait for Gabe or George because they're both down in the club. So I thank Ms. Steinbrenner. And the only reason Gabe or Mary aren't here, I want to explain that. One of them may get here before we get off the air, I'll tell you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Bill Shea and Mrs. Steinbrenner, Robert Merrill. Thank you, and Peter Duchin.
God bless you all.
Mel, I have to, it's a kick when you revere someone, because you've met all the greats, and when you revere someone and then they tell you that they hear you on the air. Now, I know you feel it's a kick all your life. I went outside with Rob Merrill to tell him, I do about 150 games a year, hockey, basketball, my show, football, and my voice is just being abused. He told me what to do.
What?
About going to a voice teacher and learning how to hit different notes and all. And because what he mentioned,
I can tell you what he told you to do. I bet it is to do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, re, mi.
Go to a voice
loosen up.
teacher. Absolutely.
Loosen up, right?
Mel, first thing about loosening up, I have to take care of some commercials, as they say. Your basic commercials.
Meanwhile, loosen up some of our bosses.
Meanwhile, we're going to have some more people come in. We have about 35 minutes on the air. And what a great night. We've had Representative Edward Koch and Mrs. George Steinbrenner, Robert Merrill from the Metropolitan Opera, maybe America's greatest classical singer, Peter Duchin, William Shea of Shea Stadium fame. That's something. Some night. I'm going to do a commercial for Quasar. May I? Thank you, sir. I don't do anything without Buff Brodsky's okay. They get taken right off the air. Along with the Yankees and all the people who've been in this room tonight, here's another smash hit from Quasar, a magnificent fine furniture color TV console with a big 25-inch diagonal picture in your choice of authentic furniture styles at only $575. Choose from early American, country contemporary, or rich, bold Mediterranean. Every one features the famous Quasar 100% solid-state service miser chassis with super module to give you outstanding reliability. Every one has super Instamatic color tuning with the electronic light sensor that constantly adjusts the picture as the room light changes. And every one has Quasar's Matrix Plus picture tube for an incredibly sharp, lifelike color picture. Whichever one you choose, you get a beautifully designed, distinctive cabinet and a superb high-performance color TV with advanced Quasar features and reliable energy-saving circuitry. A fabulous performer that uses no more energy than two 60-watt bulbs. So see your Quasar dealer now. Take your choice of 3 outstanding furniture styles for only $575. They're featured now at Carl's, all stores, and Regal Electronics in Linden, New Jersey. We'll get back with more of our postgame right after this message.
If you're looking for audio equipment, if you're looking for a color TV, if you're looking for a car stereo CB video equipment, anything or everything in home entertainment, stop! Don't buy anything until you see Crazy Eddie, because Crazy Eddie is going to save you more money than you ever dreamed of. That's right, shop around, get the best prices you can find, but don't buy anything. Call Crazy Eddie at 645-1196 for a free price quote. 645-1196. Crazy Eddie will beat any price you can find on amplifiers, receivers, turntables, speakers, TVs, car stereos, tape decks, CBs, video systems, even calculators, digital watches, telephone answering machines, Kenwood, Scott Marantz, BIC, Sony, Dual. Crazy Eddie's got it all. Every major brand at the lowest prices imaginable. Nobody, but nobody beats Crazy Eddie's prices. Go to Crazy Eddie and see. 6th Avenue and 8th Street in Manhattan, East Fordham Road in the Bronx, Coney Island Avenue at Kings Highway in Brooklyn, Jericho Turnpike in Syosset, Route 17 in Paramus. Crazy Eddie, he's really crazy, and his prices are insane.
Crazy Eddie, open 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, noon to 5 Sunday. Crazy Eddie's Paramus store open Monday through Saturday only. Call 645-1196.
No. It's 11:27 or so. This is WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. If you have, if you've been locked up in the cellar somewhere, don't know what's happened. I'm sorry, because it's been one whale of a night. The Yankees have won the World Series. They beat the Dodgers 8-4 tonight at Yankee Stadium. The Dodgers scored 2 runs in the first on a Steve Garvey triple with 2 out and 2 on. Chris Chambliss hit a 2-run home run the second to tie the game. Big home run for Chris, who had not been hitting well. He hit it deep in the right center field bleachers off a low fastball. Reggie Smith hit a Mike Torrez fastball, I think, in the 3rd inning to give the Dodgers a 3-2 lead in the same area.
Hit off Hooton, too, with a knuckleballer.
And
knuckle curve, excuse me.
And then Reggie Jackson went to work, and one of the most dramatic nights at Yankee Stadium, he hit 3 bolts, 2 down the right field line, deep in the right field seats, and 1, the biggest bolt of all on the first pitch. He hit it in the center field seats. Only Ken Singleton had reached those center field seats since Yankee Stadium had been redesigned. It probably was 450 feet off a Charlie Huff knuckleball. And it's the first time in World Series history anyone's hit 3 home runs consecutively. Only the 3rd time in World Series history a gentleman's hit 3 homers in one game, and Babe Ruth did it twice in 26 and 28, I think, in St. Louis, both times against the Cardinals. And it's about as exciting end to as wild a season. You know, beginning in spring training with the Yankees, Mary Hartman, and it comes out a World Series, a championship in the 6th game, and Mel Allen is here, who's, bless you, you know I love you. I'll tell you why. Because, you know, you have a right to sit back and be kind of a cynical observer, because you've done 8 million World Series games, and you've done it all. You're as excited like a young kid tonight, like you're out of Alabama seeing your first World Series game. Wasn't that great?
It was great. But you know why? It was more than a partisan viewpoint or partisan reaction. It was a great sports story. And the man I'm about to bring on the air is a man who's written many great sports stories. And I put him in the same time capsule, so to speak. When Russ Hodges left our broadcasting here at Yankee Stadium and went to the Giants as the chief announcer, the fellow that replaced him was a guy named Curt Gowdy. And I'm delighted to say that I had something to say about it, because Dan Topping, may his soul rest in peace, at that time, we reduced it to 5 people listening to tapes. He said, well, take any one of them you want. After all, you have to live with them. And I had met Curt. He was in town to do some basketball. Oklahoma State had Hank Iba had great basketball teams, and so he came in and worked with us before he went to the Red Sox, and then became the national figure he is in our business. And the gentleman I'm talking about, standing just to my right, is Hal Middlesworth, who also came from Oklahoma City and is a sports reporter for the written page, and went to Detroit, and now is public relations director for the Detroit Tigers. Now, Hal, you've seen so many exciting things in the world of sports as a reporter, and the Tigers, 68 World Series, where they had to win
very exciting.
So,
very exciting.
You can talk about that, compare the two, give us your viewpoint from the standpoint of a Detroit reporter and a member of the Detroit Tigers. about this World Series?
Well, one thing I'd like to point out is what happens on the field is what counts, as you and I well know. And the Yankees proved what a ball club they were with their performance on the field, regardless of what's happening away from the field and so forth like that. It's a great ball club, and I'm very happy to see the Yankees win because I'm an American League at heart, and I want to see them do well. I'm a friend of Billy Martin's and have been for a long time, ever since he played for the Yankees and played a little bit for the Tigers and managed for the Tigers, of course. But to get back to 1968, as you know, the Tigers were down 1-3 and came back and won. Mickey Lilich won 3 games out of that series and so forth. Jim Northrup hit a key blow. Mickey Lilich hit a home run in that series, which is very unusual, of course. But it was an exciting time, and it was a psychological thing in Detroit which pulled the town together as no other thing could have. In 1967, there had been rough trouble with rioting and so forth like that, and this turned the town around, and it's been a better town ever since, really.
I'm glad you said that. I was disappointed, truthfully. I don't like to get into controversy deliberately. Sometimes you are naturally because you give your viewpoint as a writer or a broadcaster. But the other day when the Dodgers left here after the first 2 games, some of them criticized, at least I'm not criticizing the Dodgers. Frankly, I'm criticizing the media, both radio, TV. I put that in the one category. That's why I say both. And the press, because the headlines, at least in New York, were Dodgers criticized New York fans. Now, the percentage, just like tonight, there was a slight interruption. As you know, Hal, they're not representative to any degree at all. Much, somewhere like 0.5% of the fans. I think the fans in New York, like the fans in Detroit, I can only think of a couple of ballparks where they really are so completely one-sided. But I think these are a few kooks or people that just want to, be seen on television, and I say our business is at fault there, but they're not typical of New York. They weren't New York fans.
No way. New York has fine fans. The Tigers, when I was covering the Tigers as newspapermen, I like to come to New York because of the fans. The fans are good fans. They're appreciative fans. Our team liked to play here. As you remember, we had Frank, Larry, and Jim Bunning, who were real nemesis to the Yankees for a long time, and we enjoyed playing here. I think our players played better in New York. I know Al Kaline gave his best performances right in this park.
He sure did. I remember him before they refurbished this ballpark, climbing the little barriers out here, making catches, robbing people of home runs. And I'm glad you mentioned him because to me, he was always one of my favorite ball players. I think one of the greatest ball players of all time. Not because he won a batting championship at the age of 20, which equaled that of Ty Cobb. I think it's a few days difference. But they talk about people in New York, and it's true, being a center of communications, getting more publicity if they do something big. And I can't quarrel that, it is.
No, that's true.
But on the other hand, if Al had hit a few more home runs, I think he would have gotten more publicity than he did. Certainly more. In other words, to put it this way, he didn't get as much as he deserved. He was one of the greatest ball players I ever saw. He had line drives. He made the greatest catches. I can remember a throw. It's funny how you remember things. Running toward the foul line in right field, he made a Willie Mays so-called. I say this with New York fans because they're so used to that talk, which is, of course, true. He was running toward the right field foul line and made a catch of a ball, running at a 90-degree angle to home plate and whirled and threw a guy out trying to tag up and score after the catch. But that was typical of Al Kaline.
He taught runners early in his career not to try to go from first to third on singles to right field. You know that. He threw guys out repeatedly, and they quit running on him.
Right. Detroit, since we're reminiscing a little bit, as you look back over the years, you had Ty Cobb, who won 9 straight batting titles, lost one, and I think he won 3 more in a row.
12 altogether.
I think they have had teams, Tiger teams have had more people who have won batting titles. Remember, like Harry Heilman used to win like every other year, and then you had Kaline, but I don't know who I've left out anybody.
Harvey Keene, Norm Case.
Oh, yeah, Harvey Keene.
You remember?
The won batting titles. But
sure.
There was a period in there when the Yankees, who had this dynasty, if they hadn't won a pennant, if they didn't win a pennant, the team that did was the Tigers.
Right. And the competition between the two teams was great here and in Detroit. Great crowds, great competition. It's been a great rivalry all the time.
I remember when Red Rolfe, who was a great Yankee third baseman, one of the greatest of all time, managed the Tigers, and they had a great battle one year, and the Tigers were finally beaten out in the end. And one of the reasons, I don't know how the Yankees got Johnny Mize that year when the Giants let him go. I think the Tigers wanted him. I think he would have made the difference.
That's right. That was in 1950, of course, and the Tigers led the race almost all the way, and the Yankees came in at the close, and it was a very exciting year.
Well, Hal, I sure appreciate your coming in and representing the press on this, and there's so much I could say about the Tigers through the years. I know when I was a kid in Birmingham, Alabama, they had a working agreement with the Detroit Tigers, and a lot of the great Tiger stars that in the middle 30s helped them win pennants was around 35 or so.
35.
Played the Cubs, I believe the Cubs, the Cardinals. Dizzy Dean, the Joe Medwick situation when they fans got a little angry out there.
The garbage in left field,
thing, when he slid hard into third base at Marv Owen.
Yeah.
But they had a lot of people who were listening in, of course, weren't even born then, and I'd only been, I guess I was maybe 6, 7 years old, seriously. But a guy named Earl Whitehill who got killed in an automobile accident. He was a great left-hand pitcher. He was like a Louis Tiant today. When I used to go to Rickwood Field in Birmingham. He'd go into a wind-up, and he would actually spin his body around completely and look at second base and then pitch. And General Alvin Crowder, those two went from Birmingham up to Detroit. So naturally, we rooted for Detroit as people, kids growing up. Then later, they both wound up with Washington and helped the Senators win. But there's always been a wonderful feeling about
that's the wonderful thing about baseball. Of course, you don't know where your fans are going to be. You have fans all over the country. The Yankees do have, we do have, and it's strange. That's what's the appeal of the game, of course.
Now you have Ralph Houck as your manager, and the Tigers. I'm saying this for the benefit of those who are listening in, who may also know it. The Tigers have been one of the outstanding organizations in all of baseball all through the years. A lot of folks who live in a town don't really pay attention to what happens behind the scenes in other towns. But now you came in from Oklahoma, I came in from Alabama. I found this to be true.
Right. I've enjoyed my life in Detroit very, very much. It's a fine organization, as you say. Ralph Houck has done an admirable job with a group of very fine young players that we're hoping will mature in a couple of years into a championship club, and I think they will.
Well, I'll tell you this, they always draw the fans, and I hope Mark Fidrich gets back in good shape.
We all do that. He's something, I tell you.
Is he coming along?
He's in St. Petersburg now, working out with our instructional league team, just starting to throw a little bit, and Ralph Houck intends to go over there at the end of this week and put him on the mound and see what he can do, and the doctors are very optimistic, and we are too.
Well, Hal, thanks a million for
thanks to you, Matt.
Taking a break in all your work.
It's always good to see you.
Much obliged to you. Hal Middlesworth, Public Relations Director of the Detroit Tigers, and a top writer, a member of the Baseball Writers Association of America, and we thought we'd get the viewpoint of a writer and a member of a rival club in the American League. John?
Well, that was a good interview. I love listening to both of you. I went back down to the Mr. Steinbrenner's office where, frankly, the party upstairs is going on, and snuck a little champagne, and Gabe and George have not gotten upstairs yet, but when they do, we're gonna bring them in here. I'd love to congratulate them. Someone said it. Was it Bill Shea? Was it Bob Merrill? It's so great for Gabe Paul to win a world championship.
It's true.
That's what the business is all about.
Can I tell you something about Gabe? Tell you, I don't mean to put it quite that way. You know it.
Put it any way you want, Mel.
He was a fellow that came from upstate New York, around Syracuse. He broke in as not even a bat boy, but he shined his shoes in the clubhouse. Then he became a bat boy. And from there, he rose until he became the second man in line to the president of the Cincinnati Reds, who later became National League president. Warren Giles, then he became president of the Cincinnati Reds. He built up a great ball club for them in the early 50s. Remember the year when they hit over 221 home runs? Wally Post.
The year I referred to with Bertie Tebbets.
Right.
In 56.
Before
they hit 221 home runs.
And
just missed the pennant.
He then left go to Cleveland just before they, right after they'd won the pennant. 39 and 40, they won 2 pennants, and one of them, the Yankees, beat them in 1939, which was my first year. The next year, strangely, the man I just had on was in Detroit. The Reds and Tigers played the 40 series, but Gabe, in moving about, had never, ever gotten this far and in over a half century. A man that was on the American League Executive Committee, a man who's a real baseball man, a George Weiss type, a Branch Rickey type, a guy that's good for baseball. Let me put it that way. I'm so proud that he won.
It's such luck and timing in life, as you know. You can pick a ball player who may be in his first year, George Zieber, and who will have a world championship ring for the rest of his life, no matter what happens.
I got one.
And you have more than one.
No, they only gave me one, really.
Oh, but Ernie Banks, a player like that, never even got to a pennant. Well,
Mr. Baseball.
We're going to have different people on, but right now it's time to...
while you do that, can I run back and see who might be available?
Got to try to pay your immense salary here with some commercials. So, yes, absolutely, Mel. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
I'm not going back to Champaign. I'm trying to see if I can get one of the stars.
Okay. Right now, let me talk to you about Quasar, if I may. Another smash hit from Quasar, a magnificent fine furniture color TV console with a big 25-inch diagonal picture. It's in your choice of authentic furniture styles at only $575. Choose from early American, country contemporary, or rich, bold Mediterranean. Everyone features the famous Quasar 100% solid-state service miser chassis with super module to give you outstanding roll. Chilling back at Yankee Stadium. Mel Allen will be by in just a moment. I'm not going to mention all the names, but again, I do want to thank the New York Islanders, the New Jersey Nets, Manchester Broadcasting Productions for combining, along with our good people at WMCA, Dennis Israel and Mark Mason, for canceling the New York Islander broadcast that would have been on the network, so that we could all be here at Yankee Stadium for what turned out to be the clincher and probably the most, not maybe the most, but one of the most dramatic nights with Reggie Jackson coming to the fore and hitting 3 home runs, 3 consecutive times at bat, and I believe on 3 consecutive pitches. I think he hit the first pitch every time. And I know I would have felt very badly if I hadn't been here. The Yankees did that a couple of years ago. They canceled one of their early season games so we could bring you the Nets championship final against Denver when they erased a 22-point lead. I think I was as excited that night. Mel Allen has brought in the commissioner of baseball. I did a program, Mel, not too long ago. I sat in for Barry Gray. I had Marty Appel on. PR director, and now he's, along with Joe Garagiola Jr., in the player agent business, and he has written a book on the great moments in baseball, the great Hall of Famers in baseball history. And Marty Appel gave a great testimonial to Bowie Kuhn, the commissioner of baseball, and I agree, under Bowie Kuhn, baseball has prospered like it never has before. And if I may say this, Mr. Kuhn, we've never met before. I'm John Sterling. It's nice to meet you. And do you know, this was baseball's banner year in attendance and great crowds and in tremendous play in the expansion cities, Seattle and Toronto. People wouldn't know this, but this was baseball's greatest year. And what a great finish for it tonight. Not because the Yankees won, but because of the drama in the 2 biggest cities in this country, New York and Los Angeles. And you must be a very happy man tonight.
I'm delighted. I agree with you. It has been a tremendous year for baseball. We've seen so many things go right. We've had so much excitement. We've had, we've had controversy, but that hasn't all been bad. Some of it, I guess, the commissioner would just as soon do without because it's sort of a problem for him. But the whole thing has been enormously upbeat. We've seen attendance such as many people never dreamed could happen in professional baseball. We've seen interest at an enormously high level. And I think we've seen a very fine, exciting series that thrilled the country. And the whole thing has been a very suitable climax to the great championship year of 1977.
You know, about a decade ago, people were saying, well, baseball is too slow and it's an old man's game. And now you see so many kids at ballparks and cities. I'm not talking about New York drawing or L.A. drawing. I'm talking about Milwaukee, Seattle, Toronto, Philadelphia drawing 2.5 million. Cincinnati, 10 games out, drawing 2.5 million. Chicago Cubs. And you see so many young people in ballparks, and I think the interest in baseball is at an all-time high. I know on my program it is discussed all year long. You know, basketball is there, hockey is there, football is there, but baseball is discussed all year.
Well, in one of the great new games that's played is in the off season. A lot of people can spend time discussing what the commissioner has done wrong. You see, that keeps the interest up. That keeps the interest up. But I do agree with you about the youngsters in the ballpark, and I give a lot of credit to 26 baseball clubs who I think have had a real sense that baseball had better appeal to the young people, and they've gone out and done their best to attract young people to our game in a whole bunch of ways they do in marketing, including maintaining very reasonable prices so that people can come to our games. And I think we've been successful in attracting young people, and I think the future on that account is even brighter than it is today.
John Mannerup, I want to mention something about the commissioner, not from the standpoint of embarrassing him. Was it 2 years ago, I think, they had the first intercollegiate summer baseball. It opened up in Bergen County, New Jersey. Cable television. The baseball commissioner's office, or the baseball commissioner, donated, as I remember, $25,000 to this league, which included Bergen County, included teams in the New York, well, in the metropolitan area altogether. But the teams were made up of college ball players who lived in a given area. In the development of future major leaguers, your office, as I understand it, Mr. Commissioner, has given great support, not only financially, but in other ways, to these leagues. Because with the expansion in the majors, you had a reduction in the minor leagues, so the players had to come from somewhere.
True.
You remember that?
Yes, we think these college leagues college summer leagues are extremely important because it gives a whole lot of very promising young players a chance after college is over to play during the summer in very effective, good, competitive leagues. And we think this has been helpful in developing a great deal of talent, and we've been very happy to support those. We're selfish in doing it. And we also love baseball, and it's fun to do it because it does help the development of baseball. But these leagues have been important, Mel. You're absolutely right.
I don't like to get into controversy deliberately, but this one time I will to this extent. As the High Commissioner of Baseball, we had a situation here in this series. We had a lot of controversy enveloping one club all year. Some of it related to your office, at least indirectly, going back to last year.
It figures.
Well, you understand what I mean. I like always, you as an attorney, I was supposed to have practiced but never did. But there's always two sides to a coin. And a lot of people read things, and so they think certain things. You had reasons for the moves that you made last year in negating a given deal involving more than one club, not just the Yankees and so forth. But I'd like to just directly ask you a question. You have to be a fan. You always were before you even became commissioner. I had the privilege of knowing you even then. Wasn't it very dramatic? Well, let me put it this way. If you don't want to answer the question, I can understand it. But with Reggie Jackson doing what he did today, in view of all that's been going on, as a fan, and you are a fan.
You bet I am. You bet I am.
Would it be rude of me to ask you what your feeling was as a fan, not as necessarily as a commissioner?
I will tell you absolutely what my feeling was. I was absolutely thrilled to see him hit that third home run. To me, that was a fantastic World Series accomplishment. to see him under the pressure he has been in this series. And, you know, Reggie's been at the core of some of the controversy we've had in the game, so you know there's a lot of pressure on him. He didn't play the last game of the League Championship Series, which had to put pressure on him. And I think for him to step up there today and hit 3 home runs the way he did, and the last one, I think it's still going out there somewhere. To me, it showed what kind of a champion Reggie is and what he can do when the pressure is there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coon. John, you want to?
You know what? I just want to tell you this on that show. That's what I cited about, because the times I've heard you guys is when you've appeared on TV, and you know all the players and what they're doing, good and bad, and the scouting reports and such, because you are a fan. So am I, and I think that's great. It's our business too. But I think baseball's had this fabulous year. I'm so happy for baseball. I could watch a baseball game every day and never tire of it. So I tell you, my listeners feel the same way. Anyway, you've had a great year. Congratulations. There never will be a surcease of controversy. Baseball's too big for that.
No, John, that's correct. Baseball is, we first had professional ball in 1869 in this country, and we first had organized leagues, even before that, amateur leagues. And baseball has always been a game of controversy and never a game really afraid of controversy. And I think it has been a part of the strength of the game that what goes on in it is quite open. You find very little quieted down. Oh, yes, maybe a little here and there. But basically, the story of baseball is told and told very thoroughly. We play every day. The media covers us very thoroughly. We don't have any secrets in this business. And I think if we could keep them, we probably would. And the effect has been to make us real and believable, and I think quite honest.
You know what I'd like to just say here? I've had the privilege of being out here a number of times, you know, in the course of the year. Here's the commissioner of baseball. He makes a decision. It went against the Yankees. He did it for baseball, not against a ball club. But he is sitting with the owner of the Yankees. They are friends. They may disagree with one another, but you see, this is what makes baseball still the national pastime. I know it sounds a little corny, but it still is. You can disagree with one another, and you can argue with one another, but in the final analysis, you are a member of a fraternity, of an institution, not just it's an institution that's a part of our country.
Well, you're right. I think it's fair to say that George Steinbrenner and I have had some monumental disagreements. And that probably, even that puts it mildly, I suspect. But I don't think we have ever been enemies of one another. And while we may have disagreed, I think we both respected the other guy's position. And I would say that today about what George has done to try to build this team. And I'm sure he would say that about what I have tried to do to carry out my functions. He doesn't have to agree, but he knows that I'm doing the best I can. And that I work hard at the job, which is something you better ask of people.
You really do, I'll say that. And you've been a great commissioner. I hope you still will be, for as long as you want to be.
Thank you.
That was Bowie Kuhn. I want to talk to a friend of mine when he was playing shortstop. Now he's administrative assistant. I don't know if that's the title. These titles are silly, but is that close? This is the stick. I call him just Stick. This is Gene Michael, a fine shortstop with the Yanks in their problem years, and now an administrative assistant, very close to George Steinbrenner in the decisions and the running of the ball club. In fact, Gene, of course, is a gentleman who had the walkie-talkie. Was abused several times in several cities. Gene, did you get as much of a kick, as much of a thrill out of this World Series as you always thought you might if you'd be in a championship situation?
Well, I don't think you can ever get the same thrill out of it as you would if you were a player, but this is probably the next best thing. I know that there are players that didn't play that much this year that are really thrilled about it, and I know that I would have been thrilled if I was a player just sitting on the bench. If I was playing regularly, that would be even a greater thrill, but this is a close affiliation, or whatever you want to call it, and I'm just glad to play a small part in it.
All right, Gene, I don't know if it was a small part, but I do know this. I wanted so much for you to be back with the Yankees. You were released last year, I believe, by the Red Sox, and you came back with the Yanks, first as a coach, now as administrative assistant. And baseball is in your blood. It's been there for a long, long time. You played other sports in school, and there are a lot of people, and we talked about this before. We mentioned Ernie Banks' name. He's the most prominent name. There are probably 1,000 guys who never get into the World Series. Now, you know the kind of show that I have when there isn't a game of one kind or another, and the people have been living with the reports on radio, TV, newspapers, magazines, the daily trials and tribulations of the Yanks. I don't know what I want to ask you about. I guess I want to ask you all about it. Is it surprising that the ball club could rise above all the jive and the nonsense and win a World's championship? And isn't it a little bit dramatic the way they did it tonight with the 3 home runs in a row by Reggie Jackson? Don't forget the big 2-run home by Chris Chambliss to get them even in a ball game where if they lose, now they go to a 7th game and you don't know who's going to win a 7th game. Isn't it all kind of amazing that this year has come and passed and the Yanks are champions?
Yes, it is. It's a thrill for every single player. I know that. And, you're talking about Chris Chambliss' home run. I know that was a big thrill for him because last year he hit the big one, and he's had trouble his last couple months, and he hasn't hit the big home runs that he'd like to hit. And he came through that with a big home run, getting us back in the ball game. Because when you're 2-0 down or something, and you think you may never catch up, and when you do, it's a big thrill. And I know he put us back in the ball game. Reggie, he has that flair. Reggie can do those things. He has a
Gene is just like the other day when Pinella, the first error we made. We were talking about this before. First error we made in the series, Pinella overran the base hit, and was it Baker? He reached second.
Yeah.
The next ball goes to Nettles. Normally double play, takes his eyes for a moment. You played. So sometimes you take your eyes to see where a runner is. Normally, it's been a double play, you're still in the ball game.
That's right.
People say a 10-4 ball game, how could that make a difference? But that time, he's still in the ball game.
That's right. It looked like a double play, but I saw what that ball did. That ball really came up, and it wasn't an easy play at all. It was a tough play, and that's the play you get errors on. The ball that comes up quite a bit. If it comes up and bounces over his head, it's a base hit. But when it comes up and hits you in the middle of the arm, then that's an error, and that's a tough play.
What you need to take tonight in the first inning, 2 outs, Dent backs up on the ball. It took, you could either charge it, you could have booted it, and you go back. So they get a man on, boom, homer. But then we get one back the same way with shortstop, left fielder calling each other off the ball. But one thing I did want to ask you, John mentioned the walkie-talkie situation. After Reggie either hit his second or third home run, I was running back and forth from Mr. Steinbrenner's box back to the TV, just taking a look. They had a close-up of Reggie on the telephone. So obviously that had to be with somebody upstairs. I don't know who else, in the middle of the ball game, he could have been talking to. Could it have been a change of pitchers? Maybe it's after the second homer, and he was coming up shortly about what this pitcher threw or something.
But before Gene replies, let me just break the station because it's midnight. WMCA Strauss Communications in New York, and we are going to continue this for about half hour. I caught that. I was standing next to Bob Fischel and Mickey Morabito, and they did have a monitor. And I thought I saw Jackson saying it, and the monitor turned up. This monitor. I thought that he said low fastball, meaning maybe the pitch he hit, or maybe where Hooton was throwing, or where Sosa, I think it was Sosa.
Sosa was in at the time.
It was throwing the ball. There, by the way, were some unusual pitches thrown in this game, because Reggie Smith hit a fastball, and I didn't think. No one ever told me a scouting report, but I saw Smith play in the National League, and the Mets would play him, and I saw the Mets pitch him with slow breaking stuff, whatever. And I was surprised that Jackson got a couple of fastballs to hit over the plate. Though I think the second one, I think Sosa tried to get it on his hands, and he didn't. The other one was right over the plate. But anyway, Mel, I'd like to find out, too, from Gene, who is Reggie talking to and why? If that was your question, was it?
That was a question. He probably was calling, answering some fan of his wife. I don't know. But I think he's talking to Gene, really.
He called up and wanted to know a scouting report, and I didn't follow these ball clubs. Clyde King, Jerry Walker, and Bertie Tebbets, and Bob Neiman did.
By the way, we had Bertie and Clyde on before the game.
Okay. He called up to find out what Sosa threw, and I had seen him in the spring, but I really didn't know enough about him. They had followed him, and they knew he was a slider, fastball pitcher. Mm-hmm. And Reggie wanted to know about that. He was pretty much a two-pitch pitcher. And I think he hit a fastball that was a little bit in. And Sosa has a good arm. He has a fine arm. He asked about his move, and we said he had a fair move to first base, pretty good move. And he wanted to know about him. It was good that he called up. He could ask other players, and I'm sure he was asking around. And then he decided to call up there, and that's good. I think that means that he was really trying to think.
Gene, I do want to ask you this question. Tell me about the decision middle part, end of the year, for you to go up with a walkie-talkie to talk about defenses. I saw it really happen once where the Yankees positioned Jackson or Blair was in the right field closer to the line, and they kept moving the line, and the batter, and I honestly don't know who it was now, it was so long ago, may have been Collins, hit the ball to the right field line. Blair made an easy catch of it, but What do you try to impart when the game is going on to either Yogi or Elston, whoever has the other end of your walkie-talkie?
Okay, what we do is we go over the scouting reports, and then I have charts. I'll explain it during the season, first of all, because I have different charts for different hitters against different pitching, and I have all these things that I look at and consider, and then I consider our pitcher, and I make up the charts, I go down and I talk to the pitcher and find out how he's going to try to pitch them. If he's going to pitch them a certain way, then I'll make another adjustment right in front of them, right where we know we think that they're going to, have a tendency to hit the ball. You never know. Like you said, moving to the right, and all of a sudden the ball's hit there. Well, you're just hoping that the ball is hit that way. You feel that maybe he's going to hit the ball towards right field, so you don't want to give him the right field line. Or there's a lot of guessing involved, and there's a lot of luck involved too. But what you do is try to play the best possible percentage.
Gene, can I ask you this question? As a shortstop, when you're playing, you adjust according to the count, don't you?
Oh, yeah, you do.
The things that you know. Therefore, as sitting upstairs, don't you impart some of the information based on your judgment as a player, how you would either move closer to second or further away, whether depending on the count?
You really do, but it's hard for us. It's hard for us to know the pitch that's coming to the plate. So the infielders really have that advantage. So we can't really tell what pitch is going to go to the plate. So we don't really move or fool around with the infielders much. They're good thinkers, or they wouldn't be infielders. You know what I mean?
Right.
But the outfielders don't have the advantage of knowing the pitch that's going to the plate. And so what we're doing is we're just putting them where we think they'll hit the ball, have the best chance of hitting the ball. In other words, you feel that a player doesn't hit the ball down the line, so you give him both lines. You move off the lines maybe a little bit and try to cut up the alleys. Try to cut the gap up the alleys. And that's all you're trying to do. You can't tell where the ball's going to be hit, but you try to tell what you're really... you try to get an advantage where the areas that they're going to cut down the field on them, so to speak.
George or Mr. Steinbrenner, having been a football coach,
and this was his idea to start with.
I
didn't think too much of it when I first started, but then as I saw other teams playing our hitters wrong, then I knew that we were on the right track, because when I would see these other hitters playing the teams wrong, I would know that, gee, we got to be making some mistakes too, so let's get as involved as we can.
I just want to add, Mel, we're going to continue this for maybe another 25 minutes or so, and we will join Long John Nebel, Candy Jones program in progress. We thank them for relinquishing some of their time. But,
can I just inject this one thing? From years of doing football, and George Steinbrenner having been a football coach, they always have at least two men upstairs in football when the game is on. They have scouts, of course, scouting a given team ahead of time. Although that new rule has been put into the game of football. You can't scout a team now. You only exchange films. But when the game is on, these scouts upstairs, they can watch your offense and defense and see what's happening better than you can at ground level.
Absolutely.
I was going to make that point, too. It's true in all sports. The worst seat of all in hockey or football or baseball is downstairs. In baseball, certainly in the dugout. And there are hockey teams now that are putting people upstairs to see the formations, how they get the puck out of their zone, where they mass their five skaters. And it makes sense. And when you're at ice level, we never broadcast a game from ice level. We broadcast a game from ice level. We wouldn't be able to broadcast a game. You can't see anything. And that's what the coach is seeing. He's not seeing anything. He's seeing figures go up and down. You sit upstairs, it's an entirely different game.
Okay, there's something else, too, that's involved. Upstairs, you have one thing to think about. And Billy has 1,000 things to think about downstairs. And we have nothing else to do but before the games, I'll go over and sometimes I'll study charts and scouting reports and look at new ball players on paper. And I'll do this all before the game, and I have nothing else to do except during the game think of this one thing, whereas Billy has 1,000 things to do. And it's sort of a relief in a way, if you can take it that way. Just moving players, and I go over it with the pitchers before the game, how they're going to pitch them, what kind of fastball they have. I know what kind of fastball most of our pitchers have. I know that when Guidry's right-hand hitters, so to speak, don't pull his fastball very much. When he gets it over the plate, they can't pull the ball because it's too much fastball. So why play the guys to pull? Well, if a guy is a pull hitter, why play him to pull against Guidry when he's getting the fastball out of the plate? And usually, surprisingly, they don't hit his slider anyway.
Let me ask you this. In the second game of this World Series, Hooton showed the Yankees his knuckle curve, but was getting them out mainly on the fastball. if I'm correct, I may be wrong by it, but at least he was throwing more fastball. He was showing him enough of the knuckle curve early. It looked like the hitters were looking for it. I happened to talk to one of the coaches tonight, and he said, I think our guys ought to stand up there and look for the fastball instead of knuckle curve and pull him. Did that make sense or not?
Well, I don't know that much about it because you know how hitting was, for me, it was awfully tough. But I do know that I heard hitters talking about it, and I know they made some adjustments on Hooton, and it worked out well, especially Reggie. I know he made some adjustments.
Well, so did Chambliss early.
Yes,
he got it, like you said.
He got
that home run really put us back in.
That's right.
It was the turning point of this ball game, really, I think.
Yes, it was.
Well, Gene, we're going to let you go. Thank you very much for coming on. And by the way, congratulations.
Thank you, John.
I'm glad you're with us.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mel.
Okay. I have,
Gene.
Mel.
Sure appreciate it.
We
talked to him for 2 hours.
We hope we get Gabe and George.
Sure.
By the way, before you go, you know one thing that interested me? I love inside baseball, and I know you do too. Tonight, Goodson came up pinch hitter. Yanks were way out in front, 8-3. I think it was the 8th inning. I see Martin go out there, and you knew Martin was talking to Munson Torrez. All right, here's the book on Goodson. We haven't seen much of him. No one's seen much of him. And you know they were talking it over. Now, I'll tell you, I have Norman McLean on, one of our best writers in this city in all sports. And Norman was downstairs. I'm going to get some of his views from the Yankee clubhouse. People wondering, why aren't we in the clubhouse? Well, we're upstairs. And, you know, the celebration's going on, and those guys want to be with each other in the clubhouse before they go out. Sure. This is the biggest night of their lives.
You're taking 2 showers. The first one was champagne.
Champagne, right. And we hope that maybe we can get Gabe and George. Maybe they're upstairs. And we're going to get to Norman McLean, who's filled in on my program from time to time and covers all the sports. He's at every arena and ballpark in the city. We're going to get to Norman in just a moment. Once again, our thanks to Long John Neville and Candy Jones for relinquishing some of their time in New York. Of course, they're on the Mutual Network, and we'll be joining them very shortly with their fine program in progress. Let me talk to you about Quasar for just a moment, if I may. And here is another smash hit from Quasar. It's a magnificent, fine furniture color TV console with a big 25-inch diagonal picture. It's in your choice of authentic furniture styles for only $575. You can choose from early American, country, contemporary, or rich, bold Mediterranean. Every one features the famous Quasar 100% solid-state service miser chassis with super module to give you outstanding reliability. And every one has super Instamatic color tuning with the electronic light sensor that constantly adjusts the picture as the room light changes. And every one has Quasar's Matrix Plus Picture Tube for an incredibly sharp, lifelike color picture. Whichever one you choose, you get a beautifully designed, distinctive cabinet and a superb high-performance color TV with advanced Quasar feature and reliable energy-saving circuitry. A fabulous performer that uses no more energy than 260-watt bulbs. So see your Quasar dealer now and take your choice of 3 outstanding furniture styles at only $575. They're featured now at Trader Horn at all stores and also Ciro Sales in Brooklyn. Norman, I'm so happy to see you. You know, tonight was more than just a World Series win. It was a great World Series win and a World Championship for New York City again, and we're both New Yorkers and both love this great city, which has its problems, but tonight it was the centerpiece, the showcase for millions of people across the country who love baseball, and it couldn't have been more dramatic with the Jackson 3 homers, especially dramatic, Norman, and you being a great newspaper man, have followed the continuing Mary Hartman trials and tribulations. Now, you went downstairs. Tell me about the feeling in the clubhouse and what some of the guys were talking about and what was
my assignment with the AP was exactly that. Now, I have been at least 10 of these things previously in other cities in many cases, and I've been at Yankee ones before in 1962, most of 15 years ago. This was different. This meant something. Those players had been through so much, mainly hacking at each other, hacking at the front office, the Billy Martin situation, that finally winning seemed to be just much more than overcoming the Dodgers. Greg Nettles put it this way. He says, winning cures a lot of problems, but I don't want to go through another season like this, even if we win. Gabe Paul, of course, acknowledged that the possibility of Thurman Munson leaving was there, but he says he's not going to get away that easy. And I see Gabe Paul here right now, so why don't we give Gabe a shot?
Well, boy, we're very happy. Mel Allen has brought in the two men that we wanted most of all, have been trying to get for the past hour and a half that we've been on the air. Mr. George Steinbrenner and Mr. Gabe Paul. And, you know, we mentioned this with Robert Merrill, with Representative Edward Koch, with Bowie Kuhn, with your wife, Mrs. Steinbrenner, with Peter Duchin of the turnaround that's been the New York Yankees since you two gentlemen got here a few years ago. And I know you couldn't be happy. There's nothing I can say to make you happier. Not only did you win and win the World's Championship, but it was achieved in the most dramatic fashion with Reggie Jackson hitting 3 homers on 3 pitches, Chris Chambliss hitting a 2-run home run to get us back on the ball game, Mike Torrez gutting it out. And there's nothing I can say. I'm so happy for both of you. I really am.
Let me start off with Gabe. I think this is Gabe's second experience. Gabe, congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much. I want to say as great players rise to the occasion, as Reggie did tonight. The greater the player, the more they rise to the occasion. And he did.
Well, Gabe, I know you've been close many times and got the brass ring on one occasion, never as president. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
But once when Cincinnati had 221 homers.
21 homers,
and
yeah.
They missed
by 2 games.
About 2 games that year. And I know this must, in a half century, approximately, of being connected to baseball from the time you started, you know.
One of the greatest thrills I've ever had in my life.
Well, you know, I could ask you a lot of questions, but I'd love to know what's in your heart.
My heart is
winning.
I'm so glad for myself. I'm so glad for George Steinbrenner. I'll tell you, I think George and I, we have a team. I think we complement each other, and we have a compatibility that has helped. And he puts a burr up my tail every now and then, and I need it. But he's got
Don't we all?
He's got a red hot poker, and you know something? He's got that poker in the fire now for next year.
But the thing is, there's certain doctors that know how to use it. It doesn't hurt you. Because in the end, you went out.
I have no pain.
Right.
You know, I got very lucky tonight, and you gentlemen don't know about it. It's very unimportant, but it's very important to me. The Nets and Islanders owner, Roy Bowe, and their vice president, Mike Manzer, and Ed Babinski and Mike DiTomaso of Manchester Productions, who owns the radio rights, and my general manager, Dennis Israel, my program director, Mark Mason, insisted that we not do this hockey game on the network. And they said, you have to go out there, and I wouldn't have missed this for well. I am so happy. Mrs. Steinbrenner, you know, I don't have to tell you about the trials and tribulations, but in your own words, what do you feel now? You've won the World's Championship. This is it. This is what you've been fighting for since you got to New York. And New York now has the World's Championship back in the city.
George will give you the best answer about tomorrow afternoon when he's had the chance to settle down.
I'll give it to you right now, Mel, because Gabe and I feel the same way.
Right.
The World's Championship is now where it belongs, in New York City. And that's where it belongs, and that's where it is, and that's where it's going to stay for a long time.
Well, that's all there is to it. And Yankee Stadium was filled, and the world was, this was the showcase of baseball. And it's a great night for New York. That's what Representative Koch said. It's a great night for baseball and great for the Yankees.
You know, it is, John, and I'll tell you, it's Gabe and I feel the same way. It's great to be a part of it. The credit goes to Gabe and Billy. I come in on the weekends to see the ball games, but the credit goes to those two guys. They did the job. They made the trades. They got the people, and they kept it going. And the team never gave up. And it's so great for the American League, but the biggest thing of all is how great it is for New York. It just shows everybody we are world champions. This is no also-ran city. This is a city of champions, and I've said it all along, and I mean it. It really is.
You know, there have been knocks all the time about the Yankees buying the championship. Well, first of all, the free agent thing is here. If it wasn't here, we wouldn't be involved. But since it's here, you might as well play by the rules. Those are the rules, so you're playing by them. But when Gabe Paul got here, George Steinbrenner, and I was at that press conference that day, the Yankees were not drawing crowds. I've been here 5.5 years. The Yankees had a poor team, and they weren't drawing crowds, and they were a little boring, and the Mets were doing it all, and bless them for it. Also, Bill Shea was here, and he was as happy as anyone else. Gabe Paul traded for Chris Chambliss. Gabe Paul traded for Greg Nettles. Gabe Paul traded for Willie Randolph.
Lou Piniella.
Lou Piniella. Mickey Rivers. On and on and on. And, you really deserve all the credit in the world.
Well, you don't do those things unless you have the backing, and you can't take the risk unless you have an eraser on your pencil. And the backing was here, and the stimulation, as I talked about, that red-hot poker was right here. And that's the teamwork, and that's what you need. Because you can sit on your duff a little bit of the time, but I never have a chance to sit on my duff. I'll tell you that.
Be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
George, can I say one thing from a personal standpoint? I had to have a man of his stature remind me that we had met once a few years ago when he was assistant football coach at Purdue. And this past season, somebody lacking a column for an open date called me up and wanted to do a column. My whole point was that part of it was about the very thing you mentioned. But I said, well, I can say one thing about George Steinbrenner. I said, I first met him when he was assistant football coach at Purdue, later at Northwestern. And I said, he's used to recruiting. I said, how you recruit according to the rules. But the rules are this way, and so he's used to recruiting to win. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I say there isn't, too. And what I should tell you about that time was I was between coaching jobs, wanted to go into sportscasting. Somebody says, why don't you call Mel Allen? I said, he wouldn't know me from anything. I was a 22-year-old kid. And Mel talked to me for 45 minutes on the telephone. Didn't know me from Eve. I never forgot it. And I reminded him of when I saw him. I mean, that kind of consideration for a young guy is why you're what you are, Mel.
Well, I appreciate it.
I don't want to say a living legend. That makes it sound like you're ready to be laid out.
I want to say something about his father. His father, Henry Steinbrenner.
I met his mother and father here.
His father was the greatest track star in the history of MIT. And how do I know that? My brother went to MIT and he said, is Henry Steinbrenner any relation to George Steinbrenner? And I said, it's his father. He says, is the only track star we've ever had in the history of MIT.
The only NCAA champion.
Yeah.
He won the low hurdles. Yeah. Well, thanks for having us, John. I listen to you every night going home and everything and coming, and you've been a great boost to us, and you've stuck with us, and the fans out there that would call, and I'm so happy for the fans in New York. Those people that take the time to call and express their views and tell you when you're right, tell you when you're wrong, but they never gave up on the team, and they're the guys that deserve the credit.
You know, the commissioner of baseball, yes. I put him to the test a while. Only time I don't like to get controversial deliberately. So and Gene Michaels was in here, too, so I can tell you. And, John, you can tell him, I said, you and George Steinbrenner have had your ups and downs. That is disagreements. And what did he say, John?
He said, yes, but we're still friends, and that's the greatness of baseball. And
what we've done is for the good of baseball. Well, said, whether we agree, whether we don't agree.
And we've got a good commissioner. And I've said it time and time again the last year, and we have a good commissioner, and we should be damn happy to have him.
And you know what we also said, which is really true, that you go over all the years. This is baseball's bat a year. Great crowds in all cities, not just some cities.
That's right.
And the American League, as the American League come up with those two great cities, Seattle and Toronto. Right. Well, you've come here and you built a champion, and I congratulate you. WMCA congratulates you. We're so happy. You're such a big part of the station, and we thank you very much for your great ball club.
Thank you for all the help you've given us all year, and to the fans out there that take the time to call, thanks to them. They deserve the credit.
And before you
George
go,
Steinbrenner.
With all that's happened all year, you can have written a script.
No, that ain't.
And you've been in show business.
Nobody would buy
Reggie
it.
Jackson to buy
Nobody would buy this script if you tried to sell it for a movie. Nobody.
It's impossible. Well, thanks
those
a lot.
are real home runs. There weren't any Chinese jobs.
Thanks so much for coming in.
Okay.
That's great. We have 8 minutes or so to chat with each other. I'm so happy you got Mr. Steinbrenner.
I wish we didn't have any more minutes left for the simple reason. I think that topped off the evening. I mean, two guys that really were,
when you were talking to Gabe, I want to tell you this.
Yeah.
You were talking to Gabe on mic. And off mic, George Steinbrenner came to me and said, John, I ran into a guy downstairs in television. He said to me, talking to George Steinbrenner, said, if I got a Hollywood scriptwriter to write a movie, one of those corny baseball movies that you're usually announcing in, by the way.
Yeah. Like the Babe Ruth story.
The great Mel Allen line he had to announce in that corny Babe Ruth movie in 1948, and he was announcing the home runs of Babe Ruth, and Mel said, I was 3 years old at the time.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, that was what the critic did in reviewing the movie. He said, no sense of me going into, a whole 2-column review or a 1-column review. Let me just put it this way. They had Mel Allen describing Babe Ruth's 60th home run in 1927 when he was just 3 years old. That'll give you an idea of the rest of the picture.
But you know, he said to me, off mic again. He said this guy, TV guy, came to me. He said, you know, if I had a Hollywood scriptwriter write this, the World Championship game, the guy who's been in the center of this unbelievable maelstrom of controversy, hitting 3 homers, bang, bang, bang. The third one in the center field seats where no one hits one. It went halfway back, by the way, off a knuckleball.
The only guy that ever hit one over the old fence was Mickey Mantle, batting right-handed against the left-hand pitcher. And so this is, you know, very similar.
No one would ever believe it. Yeah. And no one would believe it. And you know what? We were here. We believe it.
Well, you know, you and I are now together 2 seasons, and we've seen two things happen. Chambliss' home run and won the playoffs last year in the 9th inning, and this dramatic thing today, dramatic in this sense, not because of the team victory alone, but like you put it so well before, of all the year, maelstrom, you use that word, controversy, headlines in the newspapers, on the air, all this sort of thing, and who comes up wondering whether people loved him or not, but Reggie Jackson. I think he found out that people loved him because they finally made him come out. He took a bow after an ovation, right? It was an amazing year. I've been through some amazing World Series and playoffs, but nothing is compared quite with this in view of what started in spring training with a Mickey Rivers and came right on through with a bunch of other guys.
It also shows you that you can talk all you want about what happens off the field. Can we get Bob Fischel in for a moment?
Yeah, I asked
Bob. We get Bob Fischel in. You talk about what happens off the field in the newspapers, radio, TV, whatever. And everyone has their job to do, and everyone has to talk. But what goes on in baseball is what goes on between the 2 white lines. And what goes on between the 2 white lines has made the Yankees champion. Here is a gentleman who worked with Mel Allen so many years as the PR director of the Yankees, is now assistant to the commissioner. We had the commissioner on, by the way, among many of the luminaries, and a good friend of mine, Bob Fischel. Bob,
thanks, John, but that's the wrong title. I'm assistant to the president of the American League.
Assistant to the president of the American League. I'm sorry. But, you know, you've seen so many World Series and all, but this final game was such a kick because of the dramatics.
It sure was. We've all seen an awful lot of dramatics. This is the greatest show in sports. What do we have in the front of the media guide? We have something about America's premier sports event. That's sort of a dramatic way of putting it, but that's what it really is. It's just you never can tell what's going to happen in this game, and that's what makes baseball such a fantastic ball game.
Who would believe that the center of all the controversy would have hit 3 home runs on 3 pitches, the final one off a knuckleball, I guess, low outside. He hit it about 450 feet in the center field bleachers. It
was exciting. As a matter of fact, I didn't see it. I was already down in the interview room and heard about it after I got there. I saw the first 2. But it was a super series, and it was a great thing for the Yankees and a great thing for New York, and super for the American League to have a...
I sat next to your boss, Lee McPhail, at the Baseball Writers' Dinner in January, and I asked him about the 2 cities, Seattle and Toronto, coming in and what they'd be like. He had great reports about it. Well, this year, Bob Fischel, was the greatest year in American League history. You broke all attendance records. You brought in 2 cities that were 2 fabulous cities. Toronto almost drew 2 million. Seattle way over 1 million. And now you've won. The American League once again has won the World Championship for the 4th time in the last 6 years. You got to be a very happy guy.
We're very happy, and we do 19,650,000 fans from coast to coast. It was really a sensational year. We had the only weak spot really in the whole league was Oakland, and there were extenuating circumstances there. So it was a super year, John. It was, it's just great. It's just really thrilling. I'm not part of it because, after all, it's, we're just working in the office for the league, but supporting all the clubs. But the Yankees did a tremendous job. The Red Sox and Kansas City and Baltimore also had tremendous years, as did a lot of other clubs.
May I interrupt here for a moment? He said he had nothing to do with it. He had a lot to do with it because it was a build-up. Bob came here, what was it, Bob, 1954. And the great tradition that was continued, and for a while it wasn't, and that was because of extenuating circumstances. But Bob, if he, I don't know whether he's able to say it from a given standpoint or not, but you can't work for this organization over a number of years without having that tradition embedded within you and not feeling...
certainly. I came here and we won 9 pennants in our first 10 years here. You can never forget that if you live to be 1,000 years old, which we none of us will. But that is 9 and 10 is, nobody will ever have that in sports. It was a tremendous thing.
Well,
now seeing them renew this tradition is a great thing.
Bob was as close to general manager and president of the Yankees, George Weiss, and Lee McPhail, and he knew what it took to win pennants. It took more than just organization. There's a great sports writer.
He wants something in a hurry.
All right. Bob, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, we're going to get off because it's time, and Long John, Neville, Candy Jones are going to go on. And I just want to, again, thank all the people who helped us cover this. And now WMCA will, after winning this championship, will hope to get championships in hockey and basketball. Hockey season's begun. And the New York Nets will begin their quest for the playoffs this Friday night at the Rutgers Athletic Center in Piscataway, New Jersey. We look for you there. They'll play the New Orleans Jazz with Pete Maravich, Truck Robinson et al. Tickets are available at Ticketron, Charge It, or the Athletic Center box office. And for season tickets, please call 201-935-8888. 201-935-8888. We only have a couple more minutes, and we better get off. Before we do, and very quickly, and this is not going to be mushy, I promise you. When I first met you, off the air, I told you that you were my hero, and that's a bit mushy in itself, but anyway, I always looked up to you, and I'm so glad I could work with you. We've become good buddies here, and I thank you, Mel.
We've had a lot of fun together.
Yes,
last year and this year both.
It's been great. We'll see you back here next year, huh?
We're the only two guys I know of who can step on each other's toes and not feel it.
Not at all. Not at all. And I might add something that the management and the staff of WMCA Radio, the flagship station of the New York Yankees radio network, wishes to congratulate George Steinbrenner, Gay Paul, Billy Martin, and the entire team of the New York Yankees on their World Series victory. WMCA has carried the Yankees for the past 7 years and can hardly wait for next season to begin. The Yankees, and George Steinbrenner said this a moment ago, it's what's made him the happiest. The Yankees have brought the World Championship of Baseball back to New York. WMCA is proud to have brought you all of the action. Well, I'm really proud to be part of it. And it's a very small part, I know, but I'm very proud that I could join probably the foremost sportscaster in the 20th century in this country, Mel Allen, and bring you all these shows. And that sounds like a lot of bull, and it really isn't. You think about it. He's been the number one guy and still is.
All depends which part of the bull you're talking about. I appreciate it very much.
And by the way, Mel, closing credits.
Right.
Our Postgame World Series Championship program has been brought to you by Crazy Eddie. His prices are insane. There are about 1 million people in the Bronx who are a little bit insane with this great Yankee win. And by Quasar Quality TV. And our thanks also to Mr. Irv Buffalo Bronsky, who's done a great job here in coordinating all these events. He's been
streaking down the whole time.
We've been streaking off in different areas. And let's see now. Yeah, it's about 12:30 at WMCA. Strauss Communications in New York, Real People Radio.
And don't forget the salmon soup and the lemon cream pie.
The salmon soup and lemon cream pie. And by the way, we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll be on the air right after the 7 o'clock news. We hope to replay some of the home runs tomorrow night as well. And we'll talk at length about it. So what more can I say? I love you all, and I'm glad you've been listening, and we've enjoyed bringing it to you. And we'll see you tomorrow night after the 7 o'clock news. Stay tuned. In progress for the Long John Neville Candy Jones program here on WMCA, and have a good championship night, everybody.